Good evening. Welcome to the October 19th edition of the Downers Grove Village Council meeting. Welcome to everybody who's here and watching at home. In keeping with our best practice guidance from state health departments and county health departments, we are continuing to wear masks in village buildings, including here in chambers tonight. We appreciate everybody helping us in that endeavor. As usual, we'll begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Rosa, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner Jose. Commissioner Wallace.
Here.
Commissioner Sadowski-Fugit.
Here.
Commissioner Colavani.
Here.
Commissioner Gilmartin.
Here.
Commissioner Glover.
Here.
Thank you, Rosa. Mr. Jose is not with us tonight. He's got some business that has taken him out of town. Next on our agenda tonight are a couple of proclamations. We have two this evening. The first is Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and affects all communities, and whereas community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. Whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas achieving the full benefits of planning requires public officials and citizens who understand, engage, and support and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. Whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States and its territories. Whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by the professional community and regional planners of the Village of Downers Grove and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now therefore I, Robert T. Barnett, Mayor of the Village of Downers Grove, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2021 as Community Planning Month in the Village of Downers Grove in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month dated this 19th day of October 2021 at Downers Grove, Illinois. Related to somewhat is National Code Compliance Month. Whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of our citizens living in communities throughout the United States through the enforcement of building, zoning, housing, environmental, property maintenance, and other codes and ordinances. Whereas code enforcement officers are dedicated, well-trained, and highly responsible individuals who take their jobs seriously and are committed to promoting life safety and improving neighborhood aesthetics in the course of their daily jobs. Whereas building relationships and knowledge of the community is an integral part of a proactive and professional code enforcement approach. Whereas effective and professional code enforcement officers can have a major impact on property values, the image of our community, the quality of life of its residents, as well as shaping the community's understanding of local government and municipal ordinance. Whereas October is set aside to honor and recognize our code enforcement officers as an opportunity to highlight the contributions these individuals have made to the quality of our community. Whereas many valuable contributions are made by code enforcement officers throughout the country. Now therefore I, Robert T. Barnett, Mayor of the Village of Downers Grove, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as National Code Compliance Month in the Village of Downers Grove and extend thanks for the commitment of our code enforcement officers to public service. Dated this 19th day of October 2021 at Downers Grove. I'm going to officially hand these proclamations to Stan Popovich, our Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor, for these proclamations. I just want to say thanks to all the council. I'm up here a lot, but it's really Jason Zawilla, Flora Ramirez, and Gabby Baldessari, who are the planning staff that do most of the work that presents me in front of you on Tuesday evening. So thank you for them and all their hard work with planning. And I'd also like to thank our code enforcement officers, Dave Borman and Bob Salmon, who do an exceptional job responding to citizen inquiries and are out there as a face of the village. It's all about customer service, and we're proud to serve the village. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Stan. Item 4 on our agenda tonight concerns minutes of previous council meetings. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move that the council adopt the October 12th meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
Any comments or questions from the council? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Thank you. Item 5 on our agenda tonight is the public comment portion of our meeting. This is the portion of the meeting where we entertain public comment on subjects not on tonight's agenda. If you have a few things you'd like to say or something on your mind, let us know. A few reminders for everybody. Please state your name for the record. Please keep comments to 5 minutes or less. There is no need to repeat what others have said. Please remember this is an opportunity to be heard. It's not a debate session. And specific questions that are asked may be addressed at a later date. With that, come on down.
Hi guys, sorry I'm just running in from a Downers Grove North Cross Country meet. We brought the Contis here. They haven't been here before. They've got a restaurant and they're working 24/7, so I'm going to move through this as fast as possible, but if you can give me 1 or 2 of their minutes, I would appreciate it. I come to you tonight to discuss my disappointment and feeling of betrayal and what happened last Tuesday with the surprise snap vote to remove the barricades on Forest and Prairie before we had a chance to finish the study. That was 2 weeks after it was put in place. You literally threw 20 years of Forest Avenue debate and the time we spent on this Forest and Prairie study and threw it back in our face and couldn't even wait to the second study in a few weeks from now. All that time and energy spent moving forward a simple study, and you couldn't do that. It's an insult to our block. It's an insult to our village in general that you can so easily be moved by emotional, sometimes not factual, but definitely emotional, and I hear it, testimony from people, and it now appears we can't trust the village council's word. This issue was listed as an issue way back in Traffic Study 2, April 2013, and was originally brought up to the village with our current Director of Finance, Judy Butney, over 20 years ago when she was on a TAP committee. And what we got out of that was a no left turn, and we actually led the charge getting the stoplight at Franklin and Main. So we are trying to do what's right in the committee, in the area. Why do we have a TAP committee, a public works staff, or a hired traffic consultant if you guys aren't going to do what they recommend and you do whatever you want? And why do we go through the process of having meetings, coming up with various potential solutions, draft up formal documents and stating that a study will be undertaken for a certain period of time if you don't execute the items you previously voted on? TAP gave you 3 options. Jose said you guys unanimously voted yes on a 4-way stop to be put in place, but this just wasn't true. Otherwise, you guys would have tried that first. The big negative for that solution is it's going to add even more traffic onto Forest. The right in, right out was tried, and obviously that didn't work. We all saw Brian's video and what huge safety issues that was. And obviously our no left turn is doing nothing for this. You then voted to do the barricade study. Within the meeting minutes of August 17, 2021, Rich Culvaney says if we go the barricade route, he wants the barricades to stay up through a full season to determine what we are dealing with traffic counts, where the traffic is going, and where the snow is going to pile up. Nicole Wallace said, we would like to see this last for at least 3 seasons. Leslie also wants to see this through 3 seasons. Mr. Gilmartin is not saying he wants Forest to have a dead end, but wants the study done to have all the data so he can make an educated decision. Barnett said, Forest should not have a frequency of 2,600 cars per day. The idea of moving some of those cars somewhere else does not bother him. It's a reality and part of what we need to do. He does not want all 2,600 cars to move to Prince, though, or anywhere else. Jose wasn't in favor from the get-go, but we pressed him on this and asked him what his thought process was with the Webster Street dead-end closure that he voted in favor of. He said that Webster was different and it had an expert traffic engineer say there was a sightline issue. He agrees Forest has a sightline issue, but an expert traffic engineer never said there was. That's actually not true. The traffic study, April 2013, page 24, that KLOA did, which is our consultant, noted higher than normal crashes involving vehicle crossing Prairie on Forest, particularly heading north, and said there was a sight distance issue and it should be studied further, but it never was. Webster dead end also only had 230 cars per day versus our 2,400. They had 1 accident in 5 years. We've had 39 in 6 years. It's unfortunate that the mayor at the time lived on that street and another council member lived right around the corner who benefited from that closure. Andy's report was very thorough and showed that we did not send 2,600 cars to Prince. We met the goal of decreasing accidents at that corner, and everything that we said was being done, but it was even better than we anticipated. The traffic counts, when I did that study for 25 hours, showed 627 cars, and the following week that you did it showed 550. So it was trending in the proper direction, and that's before we even did those 2 little tweaks to bring that back down to where they originally were, them being Prince and Saratoga. And we were certainly well within the allowable amount of cars, as stated by, hang on one second. We were within the 500 to 1,000, which is a generally accepted number, okay? I'm almost done here. So how much traffic is too much traffic? It was asked by you guys because you cannot be expected to be an expert every week. You're relying on people to give you information to digest, and sometimes you don't have enough time, and some say it's just too much. It was asked several times by you guys if there was a formal designation of what type of street Forest and Prince are, and Saratoga. And how many cars were allowed to travel on each one of these types of roads? The answer always came back, no, we only have a designation for different types of streets for snowplow routes and their hierarchy and importance. This is just not true once again. Our hired traffic staff engineer, KLOA, clearly states in their Traffic Study 2 document, April 23, page 4, states 4,900 block of Forest going south to Warren is classified as a collector street and is allowed to have 1,500 or greater cars per day. 4,800 Forest, Prince, Saratoga, and down, heading north to the high school, are all classified as local streets. Local streets, as classified by the Residential Streets 3rd edition, a manual that everybody in the traffic industry uses, should be between 400 and 1,500 cars per day. Not to pick on Prince, but just to look at Prince's 550 cars right now and trending lower is at the lowest possible part of the acceptable range. But again, this is before I showed you how you can switch 2 little switches and get those numbers right back down to where they started beforehand. The barricade stays in place, we have 0 accidents, and everyone wins. How did this surprise vote happen? I promise I'm almost done. This happened because there was a certain person that couldn't be here today, and he started texting around to you guys some initial traffic counts that, as we later learned out, to be totally false. He said he wasn't going to be able to be here today and next Tuesday, and there's going to be a lot of emotional testimony. Let's get ahead of it. If I make a motion to vote, who's going to vote in favor of this? So I've got my own problems with the open, whatever that's called, you're not allowed to talk outside of this more than one person at a time. I've got a problem with that because within 30 minutes you guys went in a circle and in essence had that same meeting. And had we known that you guys were going to do this snap vote, we would have been here to defend our position once again. Bob, we talked about this 4 times when you had your Facebook post out there that was riling up all the other neighborhoods saying, what the heck is going on in Prairie and Forest? I asked you 4 different times to take that down or at least edit it to not have your personal opinion, which turned out to be not factual, and just say you've received 50 comments or 100 comments or whatever it was. It went on to say the barricades have caused drivers to make alternate route choices, which have a pretty negative effect on adjacent neighborhoods, which is very subjective. And if we're looking at the actual traffic counts that industry standards say and our own consultant said, that's just factually not true. It's your opinion. I believe you are a great guy, but you're to be held to a higher standard. You're connected to 1,700 Downers Grove residents, and you're connected to every single person up here right now. And for you to push that through, it just didn't sit well with me. This may sound like I'm a sore loser. This is the last paragraph. This may sound like I'm a sore loser. I'm not. I want what's best for everyone. If we went the full 60 days up to 9 months to do the traffic study and the barricades was not the best solution in the end, so be it. If we sent a ton of traffic to Prince and other streets, I'd be the first person to say, take the barricades down and let's come up with something different. We didn't, and we didn't complete the study. I'm just asking for the study to be completed. It was recommended by Public Works, by the TAP committee. You voted on it. The barricades are still in place. You paid $22,000 for those barricades. What is it really going to hurt to just keep them there for a few more weeks, have the study done, the second one, and then we can do this again? I understand procedurally that to do something like this, to have a motion to vote, must be on the agenda. In the spirit of what's on tonight's agenda, which is the Prairie Avenue corridor from Belmont to Maine, I'm asking for a motion to vote to happen right now to keep the barricades in place to finish the study. Forest and Prairie is certainly within that corridor. If procedurally we can't do this, then I have a petition formally signed by every single resident on our street asking you to do so. And I'll submit that now, and we can hopefully have it on next week's agenda. Thank you for your time, and I will give this to whoever needs it.
State it to Dave, Tom.
Give it to?
Dave.
Today? Okay. And I know that other people are going to get up here and are going to be completely emotional, and I respect everyone's opinion, but we need to filter out all the emotion. In fact, let me set the stage here, because you're going to get a lot of pushback and emotion. Let's set the stage right now. Take my emotion out of it. Take everything I said that's emotionally out of it, and everybody else, and just look at the facts. That's all I want you to look at. Everybody's got an opinion, but just look at the facts. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Good evening. My name is Steve Scarlatti. I'm at 4811 Forest. During this process, I received several emails directed by Mr. Hose directly to me. I found them insulting and inappropriate. So what I put together was actually a response to Mr. Hose, but as he's not here, I'm going to give it to the council because it affects all of you. Mr. Hose questioned whether we on Forest were, quote, entitled to the barricades and zero traffic. And what I had conveyed to him in my prior emails was nobody's entitled to a barricade. It's when is a barricade warranted? Under what situation is it needed? Now, Mr. Hose criticized my frustration with the board and the untimely reversal of the initial decision, asserting that he didn't appreciate my antics. And he was confusing my antics with frustration at being seemingly ignored by this village council. Antics are defined as foolish and outrageous behavior. The initial decision to place the barricade had been supported by your TAP commission. In response to our questioning the TAP commission, Mr. Hose went on to disavow any knowledge of anyone on that commission that has any expertise on the issue of traffic, thus his ability to completely disregard the TAP recommendation. That seems to question the need for a TAP commission. In any event, in speaking with Public Works, they indicated that they have several engineers on staff, and in fact, up until 2 weeks ago, Public Works had a dedicated traffic engineer. Was he or she consulted? If not, why not? Isn't that what we're paying them for? I submit that they probably were consulted because the findings of your TAP commission fit right in line with federal standards and federal recommendations for traffic control. Nonetheless, whether they were consulted or not, they certainly should have been. They predicted, your TAP commission predicted that placing a four-way stop at Forest and Prairie would likely increase volume on Forest and would not adequately address the safety issues. That was your TAP commission's opinion, not mine, not my neighbors, not anybody else's. Placing multiple stop signs, which is your next agenda tonight, on Prairie will likely result in increased traffic on Warren. Why? Because Google Maps is going to tell people to go to Warren. So is Waze. That's what they do. That's how those programs work. They look for the least restrictive path. And so where will they then head? Where will they go? They're going to go down Warren and then head north on Forest. Or they're going to cut up some of the other side streets to get to Franklin, and then they're going to take Franklin over to Forest to avoid the stop signs on Prairie and do just exactly what they've been doing this entire time, and that's using Forest as a byway. You're encouraging them to do that. The difficulty and counterindication to a four-way stop sign is supported by the Federal Highway Administration and their findings that four-way stop signs will not prevent accidents, particularly when you have sightline issues, which we have. It will not slow down traffic. In fact, the Federal Highway Administration predicts that when you put multiple stop signs on a street, you increase the speed of traffic between the stop signs because they're trying to make up for lost time. They're going to try to make up for lost time between Forest and Main Street, certainly. But the studies show that. Four-way stop signs do not do any of the things that you guys are saying it's going to do. And more importantly, it will result in drivers taking alternate routes throughout the neighborhoods. Not just Prince, but everywhere. You're moving the traffic off of Prairie to somewhere else by saying you're going to put stop signs to slow it down, even though every study shows that that doesn't work. The alternate route will ultimately be Warren and then, as I said, Forest. So we're gonna pick up a ton more traffic. You're also going to pick up a ton of traffic now heading south on Forest to get to Warren to head west, because people aren't going to want to scroll through 3 or 4 stop signs that you're putting on Prairie. If any intersection warrants, not deserves, warrants a barricade, it is Forest and Prairie. Your own study shows that. There are no accidents with the barricade, and the reduced volume was for everybody. Yes, Forest went to 0 because that's what a barricade does, but it also takes a bulk of the traffic out of the entire neighborhood. Your study proved that. As Tom alluded to, okay, you guys installed the barricade on Webster because it was being used as a bypass to get around the light at 55th and Main. Those are your words. Why was a barricade warranted? It was warranted on that street. We only need to review your own records. That's the beauty of recording all of this, and that's the beauty of taking minutes. Our mayor was upset at the 200 cars that were going down Webster. That was unacceptable because it was bypass traffic. It was unacceptable for 200 cars to go down that street. He was on board for a barricade. He was on the bus for a barricade. And you know who seconded him? Mr. Hose was all aboard that bus for a barricade because there's no reason for that neighborhood street to have all these strangers going down their street.
Wrap it up, Steve.
We have 2,400 cars running between Franklin and Prairie. 2,400. When you put the barricades up, we had 200. With the barricades, your count still showed 200 cars on our street. Okay? 2,400. If 200 is too much on Webster, how can you justify 2,400 on Forest? Your exact words, Mr. Mayor, that's an awful lot of cars.
Steve,
Yes, sir.
you're out
I
of
know.
time. You're
2
out of
more
time.
seconds.
Out of time.
2 more seconds. There was no count on Webster, no study as to where the traffic would go. Just tell us how it was that Webster warranted a dead end and Forest, with, what's it, 5 times as many cars, doesn't.
Anyone else? Subjects not on tonight's agenda.
I was going to change the subject. I wanted to see if there's anybody else going to talk about that. No, I'm talking about.
Hey, guys, hang on a second. Everybody hold on just 1 second. This part of the meeting is intended to just be open, okay? So as people are ready to speak, just come on down. Don't worry about the subject matter.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Francis. I've been here before. I've been a Downers Grove resident since 1990. My topic of conversation is the idea of gaming in our businesses. To preface this, at least a year ago, if not 2, there was the idea of whether the village was going to legalize or allow stores with legalized marijuana. And you gave me a real good reason.
Hey, Francis,
What?
that's actually on tonight's agenda.
Oh, okay.
Can you come back at that point? so we can keep everybody focused?
The gaming issue?
The gaming is on there, yeah.
I'll sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, one last thing real fast. Aggravates the bejesus out of me that you put a barricade that you closed Webster because it was used as a bypass. 15 or so years ago, someone was killed at my intersection of 41st and Lindley because Lindley was being used as a bypass off of Ogden and Main. And I got a whole lot of noise from not you all, but the crowd that was here. I got a whole lot of noise about closing a street. And it went right up until I told the head guy, wait till somebody gets killed on your street. Bypasses are aggravating as heck for the people that live on those streets. I'm having the same problem right now with Wilson and Ogden. People using Wilson, which is only a 2-block street, to bypass the Ogden and Belmont intersection. I spoke with Downers Grove's finest, and he's going to look into it. But I want you to know that bypass stuff is really, really aggravating. My street is loaded with dogs and little kids. Something happens. Nobody wants to keep hearing from me, do you? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Scarlatti. I live at the 4011 Forest. I heard a lot of testimony last week from other residents, and I get it. I hear what they're saying about additional traffic on the street. Let me just say, if someone came to Forest and said there's going to be 500 cars going down the street, that would be amazing. What I didn't hear from them is sadness as their special needs daughter is getting on the bus in the morning and cars are blowing their horn or whipping around the bus because the bus isn't leaving quick enough or Angelina's not getting on the bus quick enough. What I didn't hear, now I will tell you my kids are older, but what I didn't hear is that they put special locks on the top of their door for fear, as a mom, you're busy with one of your other children and one gets out that back door. What I didn't hear most recently, as I was wrangling up a puppy that happened to run into the street, I put my arm up asking the traffic to stop. While some cars did stop for me, I had my other dog run out. I had Angelina run out. Thank goodness for my neighbor who came out. The car behind the car that stopped ripped out and practically took all of us out on the street. And then he flipped us off as he continued down the road. What I didn't hear was that I would not allow my kids to cross from my side of the street at Prairie to the other side of Forest because people don't care that there's a no left turn. They make it. They make a left-hand turn, even though the sign is there. And we would have a trail of little ants that would all be run over. What I didn't hear was yesterday as I'm walking my dogs with my older daughter, we're at the corner of Franklin and Prince at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 cars went down that street at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Does anybody know the count that was going down Forest at 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Does anybody acknowledge that as I was raking leaves, 3 cars went down my street yesterday, even though there's a sign that says no outlet? I mean, these are things you guys have to take into consideration. We are not complaining about 500 cars. And I was offended last week when Mr. Jose indicated that where have we been? He's been a council member for, I don't know, I think he said 8 years, and he's never heard of this. I was 27 when I moved on to Forest. I'm not 27 anymore. I can tell you that we have been here over and over and over. And I can tell you that if we lulled, it's because life happens. Because I had 4 kids, one that was special needs. Things had to give. so I didn't have the ability to fight with the council anymore. And I applaud the young blood that's moving on Forest who's taking up this crusade. It shouldn't still be going on after all this time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Subjects not on tonight's agenda.
Not explicitly on the same subject, but along the same line. Unfortunately, we live in a time when institutions operate under a heavy cloud of distrust. We see it everywhere. Why don't we trust our institutions? For good reason. Because the leaders, even if they do not lie and deceive or abuse power, prevaricate. As the council is well aware, my attentiveness to this issue began and has focused on the subject of environmental sustainability. Council remains committed to its deceptive use of the phrase, as do almost others, our fate as a species declines accordingly. The need for police to wear body cameras is sad testimony to one significant loss of trust that's finally being addressed. As the need for body cams reflects, lack of trust has a financial impact, but the bigger impact is in its social and societal cost. I operate under the apparently misguided notion that if government wants to be trusted, decision-making should be based on clear language, sound thinking, and good data, as we're already hearing. We have examples suggesting a reason to distrust council, examples beyond the one last week when, despite the concerns I raised regarding council's approving a new agreement with the EDC. Here's one. A few meetings ago, members of the council asserted council's intention to work with Downers Grove District 58 in building its new facility was going to save taxpayers money. How can such a claim be made before an agreement is even negotiated? Indeed, DG 58 in its haste to sell Longfellow has already committed to spending needlessly tens, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars by choosing to vacate its current facilities in order to rent office space for no reason other than it wants to rearrange now rather than remain in place. In deciding to sell Longfellow, district's disdain for retaining space as public or green space matches that voiced here in the council. Of course, what choice does any taxing body have when its prior commitment not to raise property taxes forces it now to keep selling open land and allowing bigger buildings on every piece of land in order to try to play catch up for the financial obligations it's failed to plan and save for? The obvious question is, what do you do when you run out of undeveloped space? Perhaps no clearer example of village council prevarication will ever be provided than what occurred at the last meeting when village council approved by unanimous vote purchasing a fixed location ALPR system. The system was promoted as a way to prevent crime, particularly crimes committed by individuals in stolen vehicles. As the background text stated, police response to a hit is designed to reduce likelihood of a crime being committed and to apprehend the driver of the stolen vehicle. That's text in the description. I pointed out at that meeting that the council had even asked for data to show ALPR's effectiveness. In response to the request, the updated recommendation from staff stated, staff is not aware of any studies in the area that have identified ALPR systems as a direct cause for reduction in crime. Commissioner Hose conveniently ignored the bullet point and read another sentence providing some number regarding hits per month. Throughout my exchange with the council, remaining members of the council sat mute in acquiescing silence. The mayor explained he and council found persuasive a report attached to the ordinance, so I gave the mayor the benefit of the doubt and went back to check to see if I had missed something. What I did find attached to the ordinance was simply the vendor's response to the RFP. If council considers an RFP response a report of the type for which it was asking and I was seeking verification, I take the mayor's comment as another instance before the council, both of the council using language loosely at best and of council's proclivity when challenged to say something even if that something has little substance or logical connection to the matter under discussion. In other words, the fixed detection system is being deemed useful not because it helps prevent crimes or increases likelihood of recovering stolen vehicles, It's useful simply because it's able to detect license plates on a hot list. Staff's updated recommendations stated, quote, "Law enforcement agencies throughout DuPage County indicate ALPR has provided valuable investigative leads to identify vehicles in criminal activities." Does the council consider that data? If so, as the expression goes these days, OMG. So from my perspective, the key piece of information I missed is that staff actually acknowledged you have no data. Neither the village manager nor any member of the council would state as such in the meeting prior to voting to approve. I can't even gauge on what basis staff was recommending approval. I suspect you think I'm beating a dead horse, but if so, please explain how you believe government regains trust. Am I wrong to believe good decision-making arises from clear language and sound thinking based on good data?
Anyone else?
I have a valuable announcement tonight. Great hotel, stayed there a lot of times. Motel. I made a plunge tonight. Or actually, I made a plunge this afternoon. And I'm inviting Danny, Chris, Bob, Nicole, Lisa, Rich, anybody, anytime, to separate aside from city council because there's a lot of business that you have to take care of. I joined membership in a enclave today. So I'm part of the community in the process of looking for and finalizing some investors to join in my publishing company. But most of all now, my concern is my not-for-profit. Because if I can bark, complain, and not try to commit action, then I'm no better than who I bark and complain about. So, just in case anybody's interested, including our fine men in blue, because I've been talking to a lot of them lately, but we won't get out on that. We're going to try to do a positive, since it looks like I'm close to the last one to open for them. My cell number is 708-577-8956. I am determined to make a difference in people's life and not just talk about it. I'm going through some difficulties times in my life now. I have in the past, but the future is what we have to think about. And I could say all kinds of bitter things tonight, but I'm happy because I made the plunge of the commitment. Not much of a commitment, but a start commitment. I have accessibility to the town because I'm part of it. It's a business type lounge, but it's a nice start, and it was a reasonable start. It was a baby step. And I've talked to the mayor. I've talked to Danny about things. I ran one city council member one time walking to the city council. He was inspiration. He said, "You going to city council meeting tonight?" And actually, I was thinking about it, but after he asked me if I was going, I decided yes. Like I said, my phone number is 708-577-8956. My email is, you guys love this little song and answer, cheer you all up, jfkjrone@gmail.com. Now, this is my ego. He's the only one that intimidates me. The rest of you, we got to all get along. I'm just going to leave it at that note. I would like some response to what I said at the last city council meeting about the DuPage County pads, and you guys have a liaison to check and balance them. And at the same time, anytime I like to be part of some solutions, not part of the problem. I don't want to become a thorn in your town. I want to become something positive and forwarding and contribute something to the community at one baby step at a time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jim.
Peter Siciliano, 4808 Forest Avenue. I've been up here before. My wife and I lived at that address for 35 years. Approximately 23 years ago, we were here discussing the same thing we're talking about. The difference is the accidents are more on Forest and Prairie, a whole lot more. The traffic is a whole lot more traffic. The speeding, a whole lot more. 23 years ago till now. And we're still not doing nothing about it. Briefly, four-way stops, you can check it out. If you go online, you'll see studies done. They distract drivers, they confuse them, which causes accidents. Check it out. Go online. I've done it. These are university studies that are done. Please check it out. Don't make another mistake. And we're going to be back here. I won't. Another 23 years. I won't be here. But God, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope you're all listening. Thanks.
My name is Sharon Siciliano. I live at 4808 Forest Avenue. I'm usually the quiet one of the bunch, but I happen to tell of my disappointment in this village council. Not all of you, but some of you. We've been fighting this battle since we moved in 1986. It's not about the traffic count. It's not about our ability to have a better value of our home. If that was the case, I'd have been out of here a long time ago. But there's so many accidents on that corner that I see more since I'm retired than I've ever seen before. I wish somebody could go back and look 30 years ago how many times there's been. You know what's happened just recently. This has been going on forever. This is why we're here. It seems like every year. So I just want to express my disappointment on what is going on today.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maureen Casey. I live at 4815 Prince, and I just wanted to keep it short and sweet. I do believe that the council will do the right thing. It's really safety for an entire community. Forest should be safe. All the streets should be safe. I do believe that there's been a lot of growth in our community, and therefore there's more traffic, construction traffic, cars, just people coming and going back and forth to schools. So everyone should be safe walking their dogs, walking their children. It's not neighbor against neighbor or street against street. I think we all want the same thing, is just safety. So that's really all I wanted to contribute.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Rutkowski, 4730 Prince Street. I would like to wish you all luck, considering we just heard four-way stops are very dangerous, and you're about to put 3 more of them onto Prairie. So very much wish us all luck in that regard. I was astonished to hear that the barricades cost $22,000. I'm really behind. I don't have time to study as much that's been done, because our our block had not been included initially in this entire situation, so we're coming in late. So one of the things I just want to throw out there for the record is that I'm not in support, well, I would have thought the progression of addressing the safety issue at Forest and Prairie would have been an incremental process. And as if you had, a broken arm rather than cutting it off, which is the equivalent of a barrier, because you are completely restricting every potential with that, going in incremental steps, starting with a four-way stop sign, moving on to one-way streets. It just was such, it was the most drastic, and I would imagine in the end it's going to be the most expensive option. So I don't really I understand that it does serve a purpose, but could that purpose still be met within a more economical as well as more equitable manner for the community, not just our street? No matter what happens, Prince will get more traffic. We understand that's what happens when you live on a street that is between the high school and the downtown. When you put in all the stop signs, people will avoid them and they will use our street. But I am thrilled we're going to put in the stop signs if you all approve them, whether it's at Forest or all the way down if you end up doing one at Woodward. I mean, it all sounds fantastic to me. We are, though, going on the assumption that high traffic equals unsafe. And maybe that is true. I don't know what the statistics are, that the number of accidents that you would expect by the number of cars traveling on a particular road. I'm sure that, the numbers are out there. They're probably maybe even in the reports that we already have. However, we do have success. We talked previously that at Washington and Prairie, there's more traffic, but that four-way stop sign does not experience the same number of accidents. And I understand it's a different setup. So I'm looking forward to the entire Prairie system being changed and seeing what that's going to be. But I would hope that the council would continue to consider that the four-way stop should be the first step. And ultimately, if it needs to go to a situation where this road needs to be closed off or something like that, after these studies have been complete, that's great. But it seems that we're going way ahead to the most expensive and the most impactful for our entire community, because the fact of the matter is we hopefully will detract people from using Prairie as a go-through street. And that hopefully will eliminate a certain amount of traffic. However, it's an inevitability. We are going to have traffic in our area. We are between the downtown, we are between high schools, we are between elementary and junior highs. And as the community grows, they're going to use our streets because that's where we live. And that's the beauty, is that we're in the middle of all that. We're lucky we can walk to a lot of these places. So in the end, we just would like to take this incrementally. It doesn't really make sense to go to the drastic barriers right off the bat, in my opinion. So thank you all. I would like to wish you good luck with today's meeting.
Thank you.
Cindy Zeski, 1130 Franklin Street. Really quickly, I'm just going to let you know and remind you that there are 1,500 cars going down Franklin Street. If it's unacceptable for Forest, it's unacceptable for Franklin as well, if that's what we're discussing. I thought this was completely about safety, and we are all, I want safety for the entire community, not just one street. It affects everybody. We've discussed this. Like I said, we're all going to get more cars. That's a given. A reasonable amount of cars is fine. I was told it had to be an even disbursement. 3 cars, they're probably looking to see if a house is for sale on the street, as opposed to an increase of 350 cars. And I can't remember what the increase was on Franklin, but I remember that number being 1,500 cars. And if they don't like 1,500 cars, I certainly don't.
Angie Winslow, 4800 block of Forest. I apologize. Usually when I come up here, I try to be organized and have my thoughts organized better, but some things are just hard not to respond to, and last week at the meeting, I got cut off before I got to defend us. We've been accused of trying to only improve our property values, which is not the case at all. We've made it clear from the beginning we're concerned about safety. And 39 accidents in such a short period is definitely not a number that anyone would strive to have at any intersection in our village. So, and in terms of the incremental changes, we have tried incremental changes already. Hopefully you're all aware of that, but just for anyone else, a couple people ago who brought that up again. The first thing was no left turn down our block. That has not been successful. The second time that was tried was when the village put the barricades along Prairie, I'm sorry. And that was so dangerous that people were turning into oncoming traffic, so the village had to take them down after only 2 weeks. So incremental changes have been tried. And this was one of the most logical steps, and all we've asked is that it be given its temporary trial as was approved, recommended by the TAP, recommended by traffic experts, and was first approved by this very body until the big surprise last week, which seemed very unprofessional and just unwarranted, because there was no reason to stop the study in the middle, because there had been positive changes made. Nothing bad had happened other than the traffic spreading around. And in terms of traffic going to other streets, one speaker tonight expressed the thought that she wanted less traffic to be on Prairie. Well, we have had the study after the only 2 days where traffic counts were taken since this trial run was started. The traffic on Prairie was less. And if we can go ahead and keep track, let's count them again before your next meeting and find out if it's still trending lower. We don't know. We don't know if this is working or not. It appeared to be working very well after the first round of numbers. But let's not stop in the middle when something's showing success. Let's see what it's doing, and at that point, if you still feel that it's a failure, then let's try something new. But this is the third thing we've tried. So increments have been taken. This is not hurting anyone. So I just ask that you complete the trial, give it the rest of its time that you guys approved and that was intended to be taken for this trial run. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Danielle Brigadine from the 4800 block of Prince. So one thing that we have not really covered in these discussions is the fact that the speed limit on Forest is 20 miles an hour. I've spoken to several police officers that were sitting outside of my house during all of the testing and when the monitors had gone up to see about traffic counts. Every morning, in fact, and in the evenings, I had a police officer sitting outside my home, identifying the fact and acknowledging the fact that cars were not stopping at these stop signs. So, number one, we need more enforcement, and I know that's expensive. I know that costs, but we need enforcement. We need our police to be available as a resource to monitor people stopping at stop signs. Everybody pauses through them. It's unfortunate, and something is going to happen. Now, in the case, let me back up. We keep saying in all of the reported data that there were 24 accidents over 6 years. I keep hearing other residents say there were 39 accidents. That's pretty dramatic difference when 24 divided by 6 years is 4 a year. Tell me an intersection in Downers Grove that has 4 accidents a year. Main Street and Prairie has 4 accidents over 2 months. We see it all the time. My point is, we have disagreeing numbers, and so you keep hearing 39, but we're seeing reported in all of the information provided by the village that it's 24. So I would just like to note that discrepancy. The speed limit on Forest is 20 miles an hour. In the data that was shown last week by Mr. Sikich, it was identified that the vehicles traveling down Prince, going past 6 homes, the average speed is 32, which means clearly there are more vehicles going higher than that, going past 6 homes. I don't even know how many yards it is. It's maybe 200 yards. It's not far. This is a direct result of the dead end. 2 data points that were taken prior to the dead end when the dead end got implemented. Tell me how that is fair to other residents. It is not. Safety has been the number one issue presented in all of the data that I've seen and all of the reports. Safety. Everybody wants that intersection to be safe. I don't understand, and I'm sure you don't either, how 4-way stops are unsafe as reported by other residents. That just blows my mind. Why is it that Washington can have 2,000 cars a day and Forest cannot? They have a 4-way stop at the same on Prairie. And I hear chatter behind me because they're refuting it. But it's the same exact thing. You are in town. It's a grid system. How many times have we heard Mr. Sikich say it's a grid system and grids work? When you dead end a through street connecting the tracks, there's only 3 streets that go over the tracks, you're taking one of those out entirely as an option? It just blows my mind. The simplest and most effective manner is to implement a 4-way stop, the least restrictive measure, that doesn't change anybody's property values. Spoke to a very well-known Downers Grove realtor today. Won't name this individual. This individual identified those homes they would list for $50,000 more if they were to put on market today, and that's a permanent solution. If that's a permanent dead end, they've now just gained $50,000 into their pockets. It will happen, and it's extremely unfair. Who wouldn't want to live that close to town? You're 2 blocks from town, and you live on a dead end? Name one dead end in town within that proximity to town that's a dead end. There isn't. You can't, because we work on a grid. We all are striving for safety. That's what's been said a million times. Let's make it safe. And we know that speed reduced on Prairie by an average of 10 miles an hour from this 3-way stop being implemented. 10 miles an hour. We had average speeds of 38 that went down to 28, headed eastbound. If speed was a factor in every one of those 24 accidents, which was reported, we've reduced that. And sight lines are no longer an issue. When you are approaching a stop sign, you have to look at all. You have to look for vehicles. You have to look for pedestrians. Sight lines and speeds, which are the factors in all of those accidents, are non-existent. I just want to remind you, you voted last week 5-2 for the motion to remove the barricade and make it a 4-way stop, because that's what's best for most. And if everybody has the same goal of safety, that is what's best for most. I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
Sorry, 1 minute, I promise. I just can't seem to understand why volume is a safety issue for everyone else except Forest. Every single person that has come up to you that said that this is not right because it's created an increase in volume then talks about safety. It's not fair. It's safety. It's a safety issue. Well, if it's a safety issue on every other street, it should be a safety issue on Forest. Otherwise, if safety is not an issue, then what's the problem with the volume? Right? she's right. Forest crosses the railroad tracks. But Forest was designed to cut at Franklin, eastbound, back to Prairie. I'm sorry, back to Maine, thank you. So you cross the tracks, you had it for a while as a no stop going the other way. You created an S-turn there. There was no light originally. They put the light there at Franklin and Prairie to help get traffic back onto Main Street. But they're not using that bypass. Yes, you do cross Forest at the tracks. You're supposed to come up north, then take a right on Franklin, then take a left on Main. But they don't do that. They bypass it. The mayor himself said that the best way to stop bypass traffic is with a barricade. Those were his words, not mine. And nobody made up the data about stop signs being unsafe. It's true. Read it. The Federal Safety Board says they don't stop accidents, particularly with stop signs. They increase traffic because you leave the stop sign and you hit the gas to get out of there because you're trying to make up time. You're also increasing noise. The safety says that. So everybody along between Forest and the next stop sign is going to have increased noise from cars that are hitting the gas. You're going to have increased brake noise. You're going to have increased tire noise. I think the study said the cost of the drivers that are going to be on there about $200,000 in fuel and maintenance. And the pollution for the added stop signs was incredible. We're not making this stuff up to benefit ourselves. This is what the data shows. And now we're supposed to say that safety is the issue, but nobody on Forest deserves to be safe, right? They don't want it. It's unfair that they get 500 cars on their street, but nobody seems to care that it's pure bypass traffic that's bringing 2,400 cars down Forest when it's wasn't designed that way. It was designed to get it back to Main Street. If you could come up with another way that people wouldn't use Forest as a bypass, we'd be all for it. You just tell us what it is, because nothing you've tried so far works.
I just have two things to say, Mark. Danielle and I are connected. I will get the 39 accidents that have happened in the last 6 years to her. The 24 came from a report that was started almost a year ago now, and we've had those additional traffic accidents that have not been reported and updated on that presentation. I will give her a list of 39 accidents that have happened on the 4800 block of our street on Forest that was pulled from Downers Grove Police Department. It has case numbers, it has dates and locations. It's got all that kind of stuff. We keep bringing up the same thing, that Washington has 3,000 cars. It's a four-way stop. It is highly different. It is the exact opposite. That is not 1 block away from Main Street. People are not gunning it to get to the stop sign. And there's absolutely no sightline issue whatsoever. You can see for 300 feet in each direction at that intersection. Every single corner, the buildings are so far off that corner that there's not an issue there. I have been to, for what I do for a living, I've been to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these meetings. In my probably 5,000 motions to vote, I have not once seen a motion be set during a manager's report that was supposed to be an update of an ongoing study. I have never seen it. It's always in the consent and the active agenda for a reason. It's part of public comment, giving people a chance to see what's going on. Do I need to go to the meeting or not? The fast one that was pulled with Mr. Jose was absolutely ludicrous. I have never seen that before. So I'm once again in the spirit of asking you guys to now, once again, outside of this agenda, but I think it is in the spirit of what we're talking about tonight with the corridor of Prairie between Belmont and Maine, I'm asking somebody to make a motion to continue to keep the barricades that are in place for a few more weeks, do a second round of study, and just have that data point. Why did we spend $22,000 as a taxpayer? I'm floored that we don't have this stuff in inventory. Why can we not keep the stuff that's already there? It's not going to be disruptive for a few weeks, finish the study, and then we can debate whether the numbers are good, bad, ugly. But I've already told you that we are a local street, 400 to 1,500 cars. I've already told you different ways to tweak these levers to get Prince and Oakwood back to where they were before. And I am not just a resident on Forest coming to you. I've got 20 years of experience. I was in charge of every single Illinois nuclear power station emergency preparedness route. I was involved in the 294 expansion. I was involved in the, not expansion, update, and I was in charge of the I-55 expansion all the way down to I-80. I know how to model traffic, and I'm telling you right now, when you load up Prairie, we're going to get all that extra traffic. And again, just take a breath. There's no reason. This Traffic Study 7 is still in draft format. It's now going to be in final because you just voted the minutes. Why can't we just take a breath, finish the study, and analyze what's going on here before we literally talk about starting to be drastic? Out of the block, we're literally going to load it up. You have no idea. I guarantee you guys, I've already talked to Kelly, you guys have not modeled this, and you can model it. Waze will model it for you. And if you want to tweak these things, you can. Just please make a motion to keep the barricades in place. It's not going to hurt for 2 or 3 more weeks to get another set of data points, so then Robin and everybody else here can actually have the data. And if it's not the right thing, I'll be the first person to say get rid of the barricades. Let's come up with a different solution. But you can't do that until you finish the study. Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I have to come up just one more time. No, you want to go ahead.
Oh, my goodness.
Stick around. I'm going to be short. Stick around. I hope no one in this room believes that the reason we are looking to block our street off is so we bring up our property value. That's insulting. That's it.
Mark Browner, 4700 block of Prince Street. I haven't been to 500 meetings. This is my second. So I think when Forest was designed, and we talked about, some people were talking about how it was designed, E.H. Prince subdivision was using horses. So it's probably not a great comparison to how it was designed. It was never designed to have this much traffic, that whole area. But we've got to live with it because people drive cars. We've got a high school, middle school, and a downtown that's pretty vibrant. I think I'm going to try to skip the things that have been said. Resident data really is not relevant. It's not valid. I think the valid data is that coming from the studies that Andy did. I saw 24 last week. I didn't see 39. I could do my own study. I don't think that would be valid either. I think the people of all sections of Prairie, Forest, and Saratoga should have a say in this. I don't know if referendums are something that can be done. They can be done pretty easily online now, so they don't have to be expensive. But, I mean, this is impacting all 3 streets, including people last week that were from, the 47, 4600 blocks of Forest that weren't for this. I walk Forest, and this week, several times with my dog. It's awesome. It's quiet, the 4800 block. There are no cars. You could play in the street. You could take a nap in the street, probably. But it's not equitable. I would like Prince Street to be like that, too. It's a much busier street than I thought it was when we moved in 18 years ago. I looked at a house like most people do on a Sunday. It's nice and quiet. Well, Monday morning when the traffic starts for the schools, it's different. But we've learned to adjust. And if you close off Forest, that some are claiming is a bypass, you're just turning Prince into the bypass. In Saratoga, they're kind of splitting it, but they're getting the bulk of it. It's just not an equitable solution. I think, when I talk to my kids about how things work in a democracy, it's for the good of all, not the good of just a few. I would love to have Prince a cul-de-sac. If you guys want to do that, I'm all for it. I'll vote for it. I'll even help pay for the cul-de-sac itself because it would make my kids safer. It would make our lives better. We could play in the streets. The only time we're in the street is during the block party every year. So, we have a busy street too. I don't get the 4-way stop sign thing at all. I would guess that if you're going to have accidents, there might be more because people are confused who's turned, but they're going a lot slower. So probably less damage, less fatalities. I don't know if we've had any fatalities. I don't think the 4-way stop sign has been tried in the 18 years I've been here. So I don't know if that would work or not. I think we should try that. It's been brought up. And if not, a lot of busy intersections use a stoplight. So maybe we should use a stoplight. I'm guessing the people in Forest would want that either, because that doesn't really meet what the goal is, which is to have zero traffic. And that's just not equitable. It's not fair for the part of the village we live in. We're not asking for zero. I don't think zero is fair for them either. Thanks.
Hang on, Debbie.
I'm good. You go. No, I just wanted to go. Go, go.
I'm sorry, I forgot you were standing there.
Oh, that's okay.
You were over there, and I over here. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Maggie Slouzis, 4733 Prince. Last week, the mayor made a comment regarding the test. And I understand, let's run the test. I don't know, and we talk about increments. I don't know that the design of the test, we're not going to be able to isolate what happens with a four-way stop from what happens from the barricade. So again, I just go back to when we talked about there were incremental steps made. We skipped a really big step, which was not just the four-way stop at Forest and Prairie, but the Prairie system. We're not giving a system of four-way stops a chance to see what happens and figure out the data is going to be fantastic for Forest. It's going to show almost no traffic, just the local traffic to the 4800 block because there's the barricade there. So how are you going to find out what would happen with the four-way stop without the barricade? So I agree with the point that you can't test the two things at once. So in order to test what happens with the four-way stop, we just need the four-way stop. And then we go from there. I sympathize with everyone. I've had all the experiences on Prince. And the other point regarding the data, I would like to see the data of accidents at Prince and Prairie. I'd be very curious. I haven't sat out with a ticker, but I have to imagine from what I've observed from 3 cars being in my front yard that it's probably up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Scarlatti again. I just want to reiterate that nobody on Forest is here because we want zero traffic so our kids can play in the street. My kids have never even been allowed to play in the driveway anywhere outside of my backyard. My kids' friends have had lectures, you do not go past this area. We are not looking to play on the street. And my concern with the four-way stop is right now, when traffic isn't speeding down more than 20 miles an hour, it's backed up in the mornings. So I have to get out of my car and actually sometimes walk up to a car and say, could you please move forward a little bit this way, ask this car not to go, to allow myself to get out of my driveway. A four-way, and I don't know, but my concern about the four-way stop is that's not going to flow. Now we're creating even more of a backlog down Forest. My mind is like the little computer not computing that 2,500 cars or 2,400 cars or 1,500 cars is acceptable because it's Forest. I can't, the rationale behind that it's not computing. And I don't know how it's computing for anybody up there. And one more thing that I didn't state earlier. I hope we can fix Prairie and Forest because my daughter was hit on Prairie and Forest. I mean, so to the gentleman who brought it up earlier tonight, I'd actually thought about it and wasn't going to say it, but then we're waiting for something horrible to happen. It was horrible for her. It was horrible for her. Thank goodness the car stopped and carried her home. I wasn't home. She had her grandmother there as a lady carried her to the house. And I'm not saying this for sympathy. I'm saying it because It's not computing to anybody that this is serious. How is it not computing that anything, any amount of traffic down my street, down Forest, is too much right now? Why is it okay to stop the traffic on every other street? That's what I'm upset about right now. I don't know. Thank you. Good luck.
We're recreating the wheel here.
This new,
So whoever wanted,
hey, Tom?
What's that? It's just one point.
Hang
Whoever
on,
said,
hang on a second, hang on. Just hang on 1 minute.
Yeah.
Everybody, we do want to make sure everybody's heard, to be sure, okay? But repeating things is not helpful, and we are not planning to take action tonight on this. We'll see what happens later in the meeting. Obviously, people have some prerogative up here, but we're not planning to take action. I think we understand the folks on Forest really wish this barricade would stay, and the folks on Prince really think it shouldn't. There's not any uncertainty up here about the reasoning for those things. We've heard from everybody last week. We've heard from everybody again this week. Tom, go ahead and continue.
Okay, so
everybody
again,
try and think about moving the meeting on.
Again, I will give whoever needs it a printout of, from the Downers Grove Police Department, the 39 accidents that happened in 6 years. Andy's presentation, and I can get a copy of that if you don't have access to that, specifically said, if you look at the accidents on our intersection of Forest and Prairie, and if you compare that to every single intersection that crosses Prairie from Maine all the way to Washington, add all those up, ours is still greater at our one intersection than all of those added together. And if we want to study a four-way stop by itself, I'm all for that. Keep the barricade there for a few more weeks, get at least one more set of data, take it down, and then keep the four-way stop there, and then analyze that. And then we can look at all these different things. We know that a no left turn sign doesn't work. We can look at what data is from the barricade. We can look at what the four-way stop is going to be. We know that the barricade down Prairie and the right in, right out doesn't work, so we know that doesn't work. We know the no left turn sign is. But as long as we're halfway or third way done with the barricade study, leave it there. We've paid for it. It's there already. There's no reason we can't keep it there. Thank you.
Brian Erickson, 4800 Forest. Because it has been requested, I don't plan on repeating what has already been stated, but I will give the people who have questioned the 39 accidents the actual dates and times. September 25th, 2001, 10:45 p.m.
Hey, Brian. Brian.
I have 5 minutes, Mayor.
Brian?
Yeah.
You do have 5 minutes.
Okay.
At the pleasure of this dais, okay?
I'm sorry?
At the pleasure of this dais.
Okay.
That information is readily available to everybody.
Okay.
I don't really think you need to read it in the record unless you'd also like to read the locations of them all. That would be important as well.
Sure.
All right, can you knock it out in 5 minutes?
Well, I have other items that I would like to
So
discuss.
focus, which ones do you want to get out?
I'll keep it brief. There have been a lot of accidents on Forest. If anybody wants to question the data, Tom Schroeder is going to send you the PDF. What has been referenced by everybody who's gone up to this podium who has lived west of Maine amongst the Forest, Prince, Saratoga, Franklin blocks is that there is an overwhelming amount of cut-through traffic. The majority, if not all of that cut-through traffic, is due to the fact that probably the barrier was put in the wrong location. I think it's safe to say probably everybody who lives in this immediate vicinity would maybe not like cars to continue through the collector street that is Franklin and Forest and be forced either onto Main Street or not use it entirely. We've already seen from this study that there was a 17% decrease in traffic on Prairie Avenue as a result of this barricade, further illustrating how people were using Forest as a cut-through. It was 900 cars that are now no longer on Prairie because they're not using Forest to get there because it's no longer time effective. Also, Franklin Avenue between Prince and Forest, yes, you do have 1,500 cars after the barrier was installed, but before the barrier in 2016, you had 1,364 cars. So your traffic volume increased by less than 200 cars as a result of that barrier. That's public data. Additionally, on Franklin, between Forest and Main, in 2016, there were 3,480 cars that traveled east and westbound between those two streets. The first right that you would take back onto Main, where the light is. After the barricade went up, one would expect that number to increase because there's only now 2 options instead of 3 with going straight. However, as Andy presented in the data, there were 3,350 cars that now went east and west onto Main. However, the data presented on page 15 of 21 in the presentation evidenced that there was a 600 increase in traffic volume, which could be accurate if you compare one date in time, but why not use all the data that you have? Maybe compile an average. We know this data to be accurate because it's on the website. 2016, 3,480 cars. After the barrier went up, you have one snapshot, one data point to illustrate 3,350 cars. One question I do have for the Public Works is why not, in that 21-page presentation, did you not tell anybody the before and after data counts on the main collector street going north and southbound towards Franklin on Forest? What is the before and after of those cars that used to cross the railroad tracks, and where is that data? Not a single point. It's so easy to install the 2 trackers. Why not tell people the volumes where the cars that we know they're all coming from over the train tracks? What's the before and after as a result of that barrier? Another point I want to make is it was referenced that the average speed on Prince was now 31 miles per hour. Well, before the barrier was put in, the average speed on Prince was 28.4 miles per hour. Not a 10 mile per hour increase, approximately a 3 mile per hour increase. Additionally, the eastbound traffic on Prairie was referenced that it was a 10 mile per hour decrease in speed. It was less than 5. Before it was 30 miles per hour, now it's down to 24. But what you do have are people accelerating from a stop sign less than 100 feet to an accelerating point of 24 miles per hour. What these stop signs do is creates a false sense of security for pedestrians who expect cars to stop, who are not doing full stops, and even as evidence today between 7 and 7:30, when police were watching the intersection, there were 4 cars that blew right through it, even with a cop car less than 20 feet away. And you know what? That cop only gave a ticket to 1 out of them. 1 of them. Watch the other ones just go through it because, in the chief's words, they weren't as egregious of errors, but nevertheless, they went right through the stop sign, which the data point further illustrates the question asked of the accident count on Prince and Prairie. There have been 3 accidents on Prince Street and Prairie in the past 6 years. 3. 7 on Saratoga in the past 6 years. The 17% decrease on Prairie Avenue is a direct result of the temporary barricade, illustrating how the cut-through traffic is no longer using a local road. Mayor, in 2011, your exact words were, cut-through traffic should not be in the village. Your exact words. Even 200 cars. You had indicated were too many. And I just want to close, because people probably haven't had an opportunity to hear those comments, is just what those exact
specific situation. And 250 cars, I got to agree with Commissioner Rankin, that's a whole ton of cars. What that means is it's cut-through traffic is very real. I mean, that means that 200 cars a day are cutting through a neighborhood with someplace else to go other than Webster Street. And I am trying to figure out, if I look at this, what seems to be the preferred alternative from the residents on Webster Street was just to close it. And we talk about the pros, some stuff missing, I think. Addresses the intersection site deficiency, yeah, and the physical barrier certainly, but it also eliminates the cut-through traffic, and it also reduces the total vehicle count in the neighborhood, and it likely improves that neighborhood as a residential neighborhood, given that probably 200 cars a day who don't live there are using it as a way around a stoplight or around a lousy turn at Washington and 55th.
200 cars at that time was too many. We have 2,200, and your solution isn't to do anything to prevent those, but rather to add a stop sign to just slow them down. That doesn't seem fair, and certainly not consistent.
Since we're not worrying about the 5-minute limit, let me come back and comment as well. My take on this situation is that what seems to be the case is that whatever studies have been done have not adequately covered a sense of the entire area. There's a perception, clearly there's a problem at Prairie and Forest, and I agree with the comment made earlier that there's a potential, depending on what's done further down on Prairie, to drive traffic onto Warren, and depending on what's done on Prairie and Forest, makes things potentially even worse. I have some other comments that I was going to make about the study under discussion tonight, but the general sense to me is that a significant part of the problem right now is that we don't have a good feel for what's actually generating the traffic and who's creating the problems that we seem to be most concerned about. The speed problem, for example, I don't know if that stems from people who are coming through that stretch because they're using Prairie itself as a cutoff to avoid Ogden, for example. And as was stated earlier, depending on what's done on Prairie, if the traffic that is the problem on Prairie is in fact using Prairie as a cutoff, then all you're doing is spreading people through the neighborhoods. Another challenge that I have with regard to the studies that have been done is that I don't get a sense of the flow of the traffic, meaning that we have numbers about average speeds and we have numbers about average volumes, but I can't tell what's creating those averages. And unless I'm mistaken about studying traffic, I would think that it makes a difference when those speeds and when those volumes are occurring and, for example, what direction they're occurring. And I don't know enough about studying traffic to know how you determine flows, but it feels like we're not detecting flows. So I tried to ask last time about the method under which all this is being studied. Unless we have a clear sense of what those methods are and what our objectives are. For example, what do we want to use Prairie for? If we're not using Prairie for a through street, then you're going to drive the traffic somewhere else, to Warren. That is going to necessitate doing something on Warren beyond, I think, potentially beyond what you're doing now. So I don't know what the overall problem is, but I worry, as you're hearing here, that if you take actions prematurely, I think you're not getting a sense of the overall, or you're not necessarily solving the problem for the entire area, which I think of as the area bounded by Ogden and Warren, Main Street, and Belmont. Prairie is clearly a through street now for that whole stretch. So the study of the one corner of that larger area potentially creates other issues for the other part of that area. And somehow it feels like a desirable way to address the whole area is to study the whole area and figure out what the flow is, and in figuring out what the flow is, determine who's coming through versus how much of the traffic is being generated internally just by people who already live in that space.
Anyone else? Subjects not on tonight's agenda. Okay. We will continue. Next item on the agenda tonight, item 6, is the mayor's report. I'll use this opportunity just for a few comments. It's hard to keep track of all the comments. I think everybody up here was scribbling as best they could. But a couple things I want to address just to make sure that both my record and the record is clear. Maybe I misunderstood, but there was something that sounded a lot like talking about me living on Webster. Just to be clear, I've lived on Maple Avenue, the only place I've lived in town since 1998. I do, in fact, have some sense of what high traffic volumes in a residential neighborhood are like. Cut-through traffic is a problem. You've heard that from me since 2009 up here. You will continue to hear that from me. Indeed, it's a problem, but we have a grid system. You've heard Andy talk about that a lot. And the impacts on the grid are part of the question. It is not simply a matter of picking a number and trying to drive that count on a street. In the case of Webster, 250 cars were essentially forced to remain on 55th Street. That is a lot different than taking 1,500 cars and dispersing them through the neighborhood. They are different situations. If I thought I could find a way to keep every residential street at some very low 3-digit car count, we'd be trying to do it. But Washington has 2,000 or 3,000 cars. As we've heard, Prairie has 5,000 cars. Saratoga has 2,000 cars. Maple has 8,800 cars. We could run down the list. We have a grid system, and there are going to be streets that have higher counts and streets that have lower counts. And when we see opportunities to improve that, I'm sure we'll take them. But the question will not simply be driven by a total count. It'll be driven by what do we think the effect on the grid and the entire system is. For those watching at home, you just heard people interpret data a lot of different ways. I don't remember how many people we had, but it was an hour and a half. And that's exactly reality. It's a little bit disingenuous when we all talk about data. We take data, that's part of the question, to be sure. We take counts, that's part of the question. And then we interpret it. We heard tonight people suggest that stop signs cause accidents or don't stop accidents. I suspect not many people are thinking we ought to pull the stop signs through town. In fact, we've got a KOLA study that we paid thousands of dollars for, coming up a little later in this same meeting, that's going to talk to us about suggesting to put stop signs in. I doubt KOLA is saying to us, why don't you guys make Prairie a little more dangerous? All of this stuff is a broader scope system kind of a conversation. It just has to be. It's not as simple as, if it were simple, this would have been solved 23 years ago, whatever the number was, Vito. It's not. No one on this dais, and one thing I would ask, this conversation isn't over, let's keep that straight, but I'd ask everybody to do this because I know it's coming from the dais, and I'd like everybody else to follow suit. We are not sitting up here accusing anyone of doing anything other than petitioning their government to help solve a problem. That is, I think everybody up here believes that to genuinely be the case. Whether it was the beginning of the forest question, there was a problem we were trying to solve. Now Prince folks say there's a problem we're trying to solve. Nobody is up here thinking that our residents are trying to stick another resident and get some sort of advantage. That's just not the case. So let's keep that out of our public dialogue going forward. It's not what's going on. There is a very real problem at the intersection of Forest and Prairie that we are trying to solve, and we're on round 3 or 4 trying to solve it. But it is a problem. Don't kid yourself if you think that for some reason a change in direction up here was some sort of a disallowing or disconsidering or discounting of the fact that there's a problem. There is a very real problem at that intersection. There is simply no question about that. And all 7 people up here, even Commissioner Jose, who's not here tonight to defend himself, believes we need to solve a problem there. The question is just simply about how to go at it. And we've differed on that, to be sure. But that is the issue. Let's remain focused on that. The issue that started this conversation was the number of accidents at Forest and Prairie. The goal we're trying to achieve is a reduction in the frequency and severity of the accidents at Forest and Prairie. That's what we're trying to accomplish. There are no existing limits, rules, ordinances, enumerated values within our village or any village-specific goals about counts of traffic on individual streets. There aren't any. adjusting or managing those counts is not what our goal was. It is certainly an effect when we start messing with an intersection in any way, whether it's a pork chop, a barricade, a set of stop signs, when we start messing with them, it's going to affect that. But it wasn't what we were trying to accomplish. It wasn't the goal of our study. It wasn't the goal of our attempt at the median. It wasn't the goal of the attempt at the barricade or the stop signs. There were several possible solutions developed and presented to the council. If we go back and look in our records, I think it was 3 initially. We ended up adding to that by trying to continue that conversation because we really do want to solve a problem in a way that doesn't necessarily cause somebody else to end up with one. So we took some additional information and thought about it. 3924, heard that thrown around too many times. I thought maybe we could just ignore that, but I'm going to lay it out there for everybody, at least those watching at home. 39 collisions are cited. There was a report run from the police department seeking accidents related to the 4800 block of Forest Avenue. Why 39 in one person's conversation and why 24 in another person's conversation? What's going on? Does nobody understand their own data, right? 11 of those accidents were at Franklin. Franklin was the nearest cross street. That takes us down to 28. What our staff did and our team at Public Works did when we were building this study was actually study it. In other words, not just look at a printout of accident counts, but study it. What happened at those accidents? And it was determined 4 more of them were not likely a function of the intersection of Prairie and Forest. That's how we got to 24. There's no grand conspiracy. There's no inability to count. When a police report is done, a nearest cross street is listed. 11 of them aren't at Prairie, and 4 of them weren't really a function of the intersection. Still, 24 is nuts. It's a ton. That same KOLA report we're going to look at for the west end of Prairie, you'll see there's hardly any accidents. Hardly any. I don't know what the count was. It was small. 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. 24 is still a huge problem we need to try and solve, and that's what we're all committed to doing up here. The council motion that enabled the barricades did not have with it any sort of time frame or specific metric for data that we were seeking before we would reconsider. It didn't. I know there was a conversation at TAP about a time frame. There was a recommendation when we first put those, or a comment when we first put those initial medians up about a time frame. But when this council acted on the motion to install those barricades, there was no time frame listed, and there was no specific data that we were targeting. What there was a follow-up dialogue in the minutes that we were going to report monthly on that. And that's what we're doing. We're still going to report monthly. I fully expect mid-November, late November, to get another report about where things stand once the barricades are gone, because this is not over until we feel like we have solved the intersection danger, until we have reduced the severity and frequency of accidents at that intersection. Last thing, this fixed LPR system and the idea of no data. Again, data. We love to use the word data. The council discussed that 4 or 5 different meetings, and part of it, no small part of it, had to do with a back and forth Q&A session with our police chief. We believe that to be helpful. Now, is there enough data in any one person's mind to say that was a good decision or a bad decision? I can't answer that. What you can do is, like Brian did, you can refer back to the minutes and recordings that are there for everybody to listen to. And we had a series of meetings, and we had a lot of Q&A. And I think we all felt like that was a good decision and a good use of our resources that would help our police department. That's it. That's it. You can come to this microphone all night long and ask for this data point or that data point, but everything is in a much bigger context of that. So I'd encourage everybody to do a couple things. Exercise a little patience, recognize on Forest and Prairie we're not done, and think of the best. Look for the best in your neighbors. Nobody's trying to stick anybody here, guys. They're just not. We're trying to fix a problem, and we're going to fix it. I don't know what the fix is going to look like, but we will fix it. Item 7 on our agenda tonight is a consent agenda. Is there a motion concerning the consent agenda?
Mayor, I move that the council adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Item 8 on our agenda tonight is our active agenda. This is the portion of the meeting where we intend to take some sort of action on subjects previously discussed last week, sometimes for multiple weeks. We will, again, take public comment. Again, I'd like to try and remind everybody about the guidelines, 5 minutes, don't repeat things if we can avoid it. Don't say, come with new things if you've got new things you think we're missing, but let's just keep the comments flowing if we can and keep the meeting moving. We'll make note of those comments. Just because we've had a long evening already, if you look back on meetings on active agenda items, we listen to comments from the audience first, should they decide that it might move somebody's opinion up here before we take action. A little bit later, we'll be on the non-active agenda items, first reading items. We flip that in that case and give the audience a chance to listen to us talk first and then react to that. So active agenda items coming up here. We'll take comments from the audience first, and then the council will move on things. Is there an ordinance concerning payment of redevelopment costs?
Mayor, I move that the council adopt an ordinance authorizing the payment of redevelopment project costs, dissolving the special tax allocation fund, and terminating the Village of Downers Grove tax increment downtown redevelopment project area as presented.
Second.
Any comments or questions from the audience on this agenda item?
I appreciate the mayor's desire last week to put a positive face on the termination of the downtown TIF. But to frame the TIF as an example principally of good decisions and steps of village leaders decades ago and since is not a full and accurate characterization. Let me try to give a more objective, contextualized assessment. First of all, I'd argue the village council initiating the TIF made its decision because it basically had no other choice. Why not? Largely for two reasons. One was the impact of changes in the wider economy in which downtowns throughout the nation, but especially in the Midwest, were being hammered by government permitting and banks promoting malls as a way to shop and promoting national chains as a type of business in which to shop. The Lakota Plan, so named for the company the council hired to develop the plan, proposed transforming the downtown into the village into a bedroom community of people, a significant proportion of whom worked in downtown Chicago, converting also the village's downtown to become a place for local entertainment. Or so I infer, since I've yet to find a copy of the plan. The second reason for the TIF was an instance of the type of failure I cited in my earlier comment. Decades of village life in which leaders failed to plan and save for known future obligations, either out of ignorance or out of a commitment to keep property taxes low, leaving those following after to bear the burden, as we're now doing, with more burdens to come. The stormwater fee is a clear-cut example of reason two, as is the change in the way water is billed in Downers Grove. Rather than raise property taxes, a TIF gives village council an option to incur debt to pay for the deferred maintenance work in a way that would, if all goes well, to be hidden from taxpayers. It's hidden so long as the increase in property tax generated by the TIF district's properties is sufficient to pay off the indebtedness, hence the acronym for tax increment financing. If the district's property values don't rise sufficiently, we taxpayers are on the hook for the debt, in addition to the related tax we pay to the other taxing bodies to offset the money not going to those bodies because the money is going to the TIF. That double whammy of tax burden is the problem to which the mayor alluded. That's one of the main reasons TIFs have acquired a bad reputation. The related reason for the dodgy reputation is that state government in Illinois has failed to enforce use of TIFs as a way that actually benefits municipalities with declining economies, the purpose for which TIFs were originally created. Once the door was open to using TIFs by the so-called but-for justification, it's not surprising investment went to municipalities not most in need, but to those in which the likelihood of development yielding rising property prices are higher. Even then, as Commissioner Jose alluded to last week, success of the downtown TIF was not assured. So why did things work out? I'd argue that TIF's successful retirement is due to two things. The combination of loose financial environment in which the U.S. has been operating during the bulk of the TIF's life, especially since 2008, and the related subsidies from which the village benefits, notably the subsidies going to Metra to help pay for the BNSF commuter service, and the subsidies paying for the interstate highways and tollways so near and dear to Downers Grove. So who pays for those subsidies? Basically, if the debt is ever repaid, it will fall to the children running around today, to the not yet born, and to the extent the U.S. can continue the pattern since World War II, to those both inside and outside the U.S. whom the U.S. and its upper classes are able to exploit financially. The danger is that the debt will never get repaid, or that private enterprises have been kept alive by the debt will be exposed as zombies. Contributing to that danger, those living in more well-to-do communities who've been the main beneficiaries of the largesse have either a false sense of confidence about how well the economy is doing, or have a gnawing feeling about how it's doing, but plan to keep on dancing until the music stops. One thing the well-off have not been doing is sharing much of the burden with those who are less well-off. And as we're seeing, those folks and the marginally better off are now starting to rebel against being left even further behind. So I'd argue the success of the downtown TIF is really a manifestation of the failure of the TIF system as a whole, of the structural problems of our democracy, and of an entrenched but misguided religious-like commitment to pursuing economic growth. All three have contributed to worsening of economic inequality, spiraling both our state and our country downward in spite of the appearance of nominal growth. One deludes oneself believing one can remain an oasis in such an economic desert. My focus on environmental sustainability has tried to make clear to both this council and previous ones, and indirectly thereby to village residents, an environmentally sustainable way of life means by ecologic necessity using renewable resources at a sustainable rate and shifting from using non-renewable resources to using renewable ones instead. Our way of life does neither. Try as we might to evade it, the ecologic obligation is not negotiable. Turning a blind eye to that reality allows Village Council to see the downtown TIF as a wonderful and beneficent example of economic growth. But I say take such an insular, one-sided, and short-term assessment with a grain of salt.
Anyone else? Got some good news about the TIF they want to share. Okay. Anyone on the council? Comments or questions about this subject? I alluded to this last week, and I want to read this into the record because it is important to me. I do see this as a success. I don't think that it's got all these negative connotations that do exist throughout the state because Downers has operated them differently. We have another TIF too that we operate differently yet, where we accumulate resources before spending them, and so, as opposed to taking on debt at the beginning. But I think this was a success, and I think that it has really shaped our downtown and shaped our community as a function. And so I want to I think it's important to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Betty Cheever, to Marilyn Schnell, to Coral Carlson, to Tom Sissel, and Mike Gilbert. Those were the folks that sat up here at that time and thought to themselves that we could do better, that we could take on some work, and we could stick our neck out a little bit in the pursuit of something better and greater for our village. And I think it's worked. We're sitting up here and patting ourselves on the back and spraining our shoulders, but the work was really done over the last 23 years, and most importantly, it was kicked off by that group. So Betty's no longer with us. That's disappointing to me, but nonetheless, those are folks that deserve all of our thanks and appreciation. Rose, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wallace?
Aye.
Commissioner Sadowski-Fugit?
Aye.
Commissioner Glover?
Aye.
Commissioner Gilmartin?
Aye.
Commissioner Cullivaney?
Aye.
Mayor Barnett?
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Is there an ordinance amending certain traffic control provisions along Prairie Avenue?
Mayor, I move that the council adopt an ordinance amending certain traffic control provisions along Prairie Avenue as presented.
Second.
We'll take some additional input from the audience on this. I'll remind everyone, the intersection of Forest and Prairie was talked about obviously earlier tonight, quite a few meetings prior. That remains under study, and we do expect another monthly report sometime likely mid-November. Anyone want to comment on this portion of Prairie Avenue under consideration now?
I just have a question.
We'll try and answer it.
If you do all of these traffic control changes on Prairie, and if the traffic volume goes up on Forest, is that going to be considered a success? And are we going to ignore the increased volume on Forest as just another consequence of fixing everybody else's problems to the detriment of Forest? That's my question.
Yeah,
What are we going to do if the count of Forest goes up?
We will consider that if it happens, Steve. The goals of this are pretty clearly identified.
The goals, but Mayor, the one thing I cannot get through my head is that you keep talking about, you keep insisting that the only issue that we were trying to fix was stopping the car accidents, when one of the primary, I'll give it to you, it was a secondary issue, but it was still an issue, and that was the volume of traffic that was bypassing Main Street and coming down Forest.
Okay.
And it seems like, you know what, it seems like all we're worried about is the collisions. And nobody seems to care about the volume on Forest. It just keeps getting dismissed. And I just don't want that to get dismissed again when you put all these stop signs on Prairie. If people start avoiding those stop signs, and they're coming down Forest or Warren, or they're coming down anywhere, and they start coming onto Forest, is that just going to be another time it's acceptable? Yes, we put an apartment complex right on Forest. That's acceptable. Yes, people are bypassing the Franklin to Main Street interchange. That's acceptable. It always just seems like the increased traffic on Forest is acceptable, and I don't know why. You talk about fair. Come on, guys. I want to know if the Forest Avenue traffic increases, like the safety board says it will, like your own TAP commission says it will, are you going to do something about the volume on Forest?
Don't know the answer to that tonight, Steve.
Good evening. My name's Alberto Torres, and I want to make a comment about the bike lanes. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the bike lanes, but if you're going to have bike lanes, why change the type at Lee Avenue? The sharrows are virtually useless for protecting bikers, and studies have shown that. So again, if you're going to have bike lanes, I would urge you to use dedicated lanes throughout where possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
As Steve alluded, we do want to have some assurance that something's going to take place, not if, but when additional traffic moves down once you load up Prairie with stop signs and make it so undesirable for people to drive on there. They're going to go down to Warren. And what I'm asking is, has anyone ever asked our consultant to model where that traffic's coming from and going to, and how many are going to come to Forest Avenue to access Warren? And if the answer is no, because I know the answer, can we do that? You can model. When you log into Yahoo Maps, Google Maps and Waze, that is a model. The model is telling you the least possible resistance to get from A to B, and that model is going to see all the stop signs loaded up there and all the zero stop signs on Warren, and they are going to say, hey, you know what? There's stop signs over on Franklin in Maine. Zip up Forest Avenue. And I 100%, I'm putting my 25 years of experience of modeling on the line right now, that is going to happen. You are going to increase. So what I'm asking right now is to, for 1 week or 2 weeks, table this motion to vote and do the study. I will even pay for it if we need to prove that this is going to absolutely add another 1,000 cars onto Forest, but that's okay because we're Forest and we're the whipping boy. Very quickly, side note, Bob, when I said that the mayor at the time, when the Webster dead end went in, I meant the mayor at the time several mayors ago, not you. When you were saying that there is no guidelines on how many streets or what kind of classification there is, and what 4800 Prince and Forest and Saratoga. Our very own Village of Downers Grove hired KLOA consultant that does this for a living referenced the document, it was in the 2013 document, as well as the traffic study that was just submitted. They classified us as a local street. They didn't come up with that. They referenced, and again, the study that just came out, what is that silly document called? It's the street document, I'm looking really good here. Anyways, it references that we are a local street, as are our neighbors, and we are not to have more than 400 to 1,500 cars on our street. So when you said that that doesn't exist, it not only does exist, it's not only an industry standard, it's what every single person in our traffic community uses, and they referenced it for a reason, and they put it again in Traffic 7 for a reason. On top of that, when you said that we didn't agree to study it for 60 days or 9 months, then shame on all of you for paying $22,000 to rent the barricades for 9 months if you're going to lift them after 2 weeks. Shame on you guys. Shame on us for allowing that to happen. I'm going to talk to the parking, or the parking on the south side. Those neighbors do rely on that parking, as does many other people. If a shared lane is fine for east of Lee Street, if that's where it starts, to have a shared lane for bikes and cars, why isn't it okay also for Belmont to Lee? You're going to do nothing more than confuse people that all of a sudden they get off Main Street and they go down, oh my God, I got my own lane. A couple blocks later, they see a little, 3 greater than signs and a bike logo. That person, any normal person that doesn't know all the traffic signs, is going to think they still have that same lane. I'm recommending to keep the south side parking on Prairie there. It's not hurting anyone. It's only helping the residents there. And have it a shared lane from Main all the way down to Belmont. Thank you.
Before we go any further, let's make sure we're clear here, guys. There are 2 items on tonight's agenda.
Did I speak in the wrong time?
One has to do with, we're talking about right now, certain provisions along Prairie. We are going to talk further in the first reading about Prairie Corridor. We intended, and by design, split that study and some of those recommendations. So what we're talking about right this moment in the active agenda is an ordinance that would establish a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit from Belmont to Maine, would install all-way stops at Lee, Oakwood, and Saratoga, and would install pedestrian crossings at Lee, Sealy, Oakwood, and Saratoga. Considerations, that's it. That's right now. On first reading, the second item on the Prairie Avenue conversation is where we will discuss but not act on consideration of additional stop signs, Lee and Belmont, consideration of on-street parking, and design of bicycle features.
Okay, sorry about that.
Got it.
Comment about the ALPR, Mayor, I would
It's
welcome...
not now, David. Not now.
I'm just
Not
gonna-
now. Don't do it.
No,
Don't do
I'm
it.
just going to say,
No, don't say it. This is not what we're talking about right now, David. David, it's not right now. Not now.
I look for the
Not
data.
now. You can come back
After
at
the-
another time and have this conversation, but
After
we
the
ended
system
that
is
conversation.
Input.
Stop. Stop.
You're stopping me after
Yes.
letting all these people
Absolutely,
go on and on?
absolutely, because you're out of order with the meeting.
That happened
Stop.
long ago. All right.
Stop,
Let me
David.
comment on the,
No.
let me comment on the ordinance.
Oh, I thought you said the license plate readers. You've changed your mind?
No, I was commenting on the ordinance after I commented on the ALPR system needing data.
Stick with
at
the
some
agenda,
point.
David.
The 2 ordinances are linked. Yes, you're voting on them separately, but the 2 ordinances are linked. For the reason the one comment made already about bike lanes raised. My specific question on this specific description that you provided, though, was on what basis were stop signs as opposed to other options recommended? For example, if the purpose is to slow the traffic and you're introducing 25 miles an hour, then yes, maybe sharrows would work in this situation if you're in fact trying to encourage bicycling to move onto Prairie where it does not exist right now, partly because of all the things we've been talking about. Are stop signs necessary in all the places that you're talking about? I don't know. It strikes me, comparing an intersection that I'm familiar with on Washington, that if you're trying to slow down traffic in some places, you could have a sign in the middle that reminds people to defer to pedestrian traffic that is trying to cross. You could do that at Saratoga. You could do that, what's the other location you're trying to put in a stop sign? Oakwood. So I'm not opposed to necessarily putting in stop signs at every location, but I'm questioning why the decision was to think that it's appropriate to put in stop signs in as many places as you are. And as we're repeating regularly here this evening, including with respect to this direct proposal, if the ultimate effect of this is to drive traffic elsewhere, I'm not sure that's any better a solution either.
Anyone else from the audience on this motion?
Danielle Brigadine at the 4800 block of Prince. I would just highly encourage the council to consider the reduction of the speed limit on Prairie. I invite anyone to come over for coffee in the morning. I make really good Trader Joe's coffee, and you can see what traffic is like in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. We know from the studies the average went up to 45 miles an hour. It is absurd, and it's eastbound and westbound. It's both ways. So the addition of the stop signs and the reduction, coupled with the reduction in the speed limit, is going to make it safer. Right? We're all here talking about safety. Again, I just heard from Forrest identifying they're concerned about volume. They're concerned about traffic in front of their homes. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we were talking about safety and implementing stop signs for safety. That's all.
So I don't actually have a whole lot to share, but I've been out at Oakwood and Prairie when Mrs. B has been out there with the crossing guard several different times over the years. And there needed to be a stop sign there probably 20 years ago. So I'm really hopeful that this is something that you're deciding on now. I'm not opposed to the other locations either. And I also think it would be really a good idea to have a four-way stop sign at Forest and Prairie as well. In addition, obviously, you would probably put a couple of three-way stop signs on Warren. I heard someone mention that they were kind of surprised maybe putting all the stop signs on Prairie, but if you drive east to Fairview, there are several four-way stops all the way to Fairview Avenue. I think all these would greatly help my neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will be really, really fast. Just the stop signs that you mentioned, Oakwood, you said, so Forest, Oakwood, and then what's west of Oakwood? For the stop signs that are part of this?
Lee.
Okay, last week, the people on the west end of Prairie talked about the need for maybe one more between Lee and Belmont, and I just would emphasize that request because I'm not even on that end, and I know that light at Belmont, that green is so short, and I know people fly. So I don't even live there, and I know people fly. So I can't imagine what it's like to live there. So I just highly recommend you consider their request for that.
Thank you. All right. Council comments, questions? Rich?
Yeah, a couple of points. People have mentioned we should do an entire area study. In 2012, there was a full traffic study. If you go onto our website and just type in neighborhood traffic study area number 2, this document will pop up. There were several items that were not implemented from that. So that went from Main Street to Lee and from Warren to Ogden Avenue. So that was the eastern chunk of it. Traffic area 7 is what's just been completed, and it goes from Lee to Belmont and Ogden to Warren, so you may look that up. There were comments made about stop signs. I've read those studies as well, and I think it's important to notice, and not only from the recommendations that KLOA made for all of Prairie, but everyone on this dais also says that we're not looking at stop signs alone. We will be doing traffic calming, so speed reduction, traffic calming, and included in that is refuge islands, signs, pedestrian signs, warnings that and markings that the road gets narrow. The best way of controlling traffic and controlling speed, particularly when you're coming up to a stop sign, is giving the people the feeling that their road is narrowing. One of the biggest problems we have with traffic, if there's a wide boulevard, then people will increase the traffic to take advantage of that. And probably one of our best examples is not too far from here on Grove and Carpenter, where we did a bump out there. We narrowed that, and then people said they just weren't as comfortable driving as fast. So I didn't want anyone to think that we're just relying on stop signs alone. We're doing all of these things as well.
Thank you, Rich. Anyone else? Wayne, Chris? Oh, Leslie. Sorry, Leslie.
Yeah, I just appreciate Commissioner Colavini mentioning that we are doing more than just stop signs. It also is a lot of those bump outs, which I know that many of us up here have been wanting to see in many areas beyond this. Again, just to kind of reiterate what the mayor said, this vote doesn't include Prairie and Forest. Many probably know that I'm one of the 2 who voted to keep the barrier in place. I still stand by that vote. But I do want to say on record that I'm not in favor of, nor will I put a motion forward now, kind of when the room is emotionally charged. I don't think that leads to the best decision making, and so but I am interested in hearing more of the data and having more conversations with staff and one-on-one, as Open Meetings Act allows, with my fellow commissioners. But I just at least wanted to put that out on record. But as for the Prairie Avenue provisions, I am in support of them, and I really do hope that it reduces the speed and increases safety in that corridor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Rosa, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wallace?
Aye.
Commissioner Sadowski-Fugit?
Aye.
Commissioner Glover?
Aye.
Commissioner Gilmartin?
Aye.
Commissioner Colavini?
Aye.
Mayor Barnett?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. That ends our active agenda for tonight. We have a few items on first reading, so item 9 on our agenda is first reading. As mentioned earlier, this is the portion of the meeting where we discuss things sometimes for the first time, sometimes continuation, but where we do not plan to take any formal action this evening. I'll turn it over to Manager Fieldman.
Thank you, Mayor Barnett. There are 2 items on tonight's first reading agenda. As we pull up the PowerPoint for this item, the first item Thank you, Mike. The first item on the first reading agenda is consideration of an ordinance establishing video gaming regulations. Staff's presentation on this topic will cover 4 sections noted on the screen. We will provide some background information on this project, summarize the state law, provide an overview of the draft ordinance prepared for Village Council consideration and review, and we'll also review the revenues we expect to be generated if video gaming is allowed under this ordinance. In 2009, the state of Illinois adopted the Video Gaming Act, which allows video gaming to take place in certain business establishments. The law allows municipalities to opt out of video gaming, and to date, the village of Downers Grove has done that, opted out in the past. During the summer's long-range planning process, the village council identified the consideration of video gaming as a priority action item on our current work plan. There are a couple key points about the state law that's been in place for several years now. I'm not going to go through them tonight given the lateness of the hour. These have been discussed one-on-one with the council members individually. But what I do want to focus on is the actual draft ordinance before the council. And staff has prepared a draft ordinance which includes regulations for video gaming. First, a village-issued license would be required to operate gaming terminals. License would be issued to establishments holding restaurant, recreation, club, and brew pub liquor licenses. There are currently 55 establishments holding these licenses, and a map of those establishments was included in the agenda materials. The gaming licenses would be handled as additional liquor licenses. Establishments must hold their original liquor license in good standing for 12 months prior to applying for a gaming license. A one-time application fee of $1,885 is required under the draft ordinance, and this draft ordinance would limit the number of licenses to 20 village-wide and limit the number of terminals to 6 per individual establishment. This means that there could be 120 terminals operating within the village. Establishments must place the terminals in a separate room with size restrictions on that room. For enforcement purposes, a violation of the gaming license could result in the revocation of the general liquor license and vice versa. This ordinance, if approved by the council, would become effective on January 1st, and license applications would be reviewed on a first-come, first-served basis. Based on the draft ordinance, staff expects that village revenue would be somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000 each year. There are 3 sources of revenue. One-time application fee, mentioned earlier, $1,885 per establishment. Annual terminal fees of $1,500 for each and every terminal. And the village's share of state revenue, which is based on the volume of activity at the terminals in the village. This estimated range was based on 60 terminals at the low end, 120 terminals operating at the high end, and we also looked at revenue generated from other municipalities in a study that was provided and prepared for us by the DuPage Mayors and Managers Conference. That is a brief overview. Each of the council members has been briefed individually in addition to the materials that you see here, and staff is happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Dave. As mentioned in the first reading portion, we will entertain conversation and questions from council members first on the subject. Anybody have anything they want to start in? And
I'll start.
Wayne, go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. As many of you know, I'm a restaurateur myself, and while this isn't applicable to my business, I can relate to the issues and understand the disadvantages that some of our restaurants in town are in. With that said, I do support the implementation of video gaming in our restaurants for many reasons, but most importantly, I believe this move allows Downers Grove to effectively retain existing businesses as well as attract new business, which directly aligns with our EDC's objectives, as well as our strategic goal of supporting a strong, diverse economy. We will be able to retain businesses who are actively looking elsewhere. There are many beloved Downers Grove businesses who have reached out to me looking or have already found homes outside of Downers Grove, citing gaming as their #1 reason. Most of them, as you can imagine, are casual dining establishments that cannot remain competitive with those down the road who are offering gaming. If these folks were to seek out a consultant, the first thing they would tell them is to relocate a few blocks away where they can introduce additional revenue streams without additional overhead, allowing them to attract better talent, pay higher wages, and invest more into their businesses. I also believe many restaurants would find Downers Grove a much more attractive place to open an establishment with the addition of gaming. Some of the areas that might be enticing would include struggling areas that we've mentioned, such as 75th, 63rd, and the Ogden Avenue corridors. A few cool restaurants may bring more consumers and other businesses to the area, making it that vibrant atmosphere that we all speak of. It also benefits our residents who don't want to travel outside of the community for their gaming. Remember, these residents are already playing games. We are not making them gamblers, they're just doing it elsewhere. I know that we like to see how things play out in neighboring towns before implementing them. Every town we share a border with, except one, for now, allows gaming. The sit back and watch and see what happens period is over. It's only a matter of time until the rest of our neighbors do this as well. And I understand that not all of our decisions are data-driven, but if we are going to be making this decision based on data rather than predetermined opinions, in my opinion, the implementation of gaming is a no-brainer. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Rich?
Yeah, I have some opinions on this. One of the issues that was brought to my attention was the 12-month requirement, so I did some research on that. And specifically, as I understand it, the reason for that is we wanted businesses to be able to survive on a standalone basis with their current business model and not specifically rely on video gaming revenue in order to survive. We, as an organization, make decisions around zoning and planned unit developments and things like that. We do not make decisions based on someone's business model or the survivability of that business model. All of the previous businesses that opened in Downers Grove did so, particularly some of the establishments that sell gasoline, knew going into it that they did not have a liquor license. We just passed that, and they did not have video gaming. So that was the rationale before that. In the comparison packet, we talk about Westmont, Darien, Oak Brook Terrace, Woodridge, Willowbrook, Lamont, and Lombard. With nothing against those particular suburbs, I contend that people compare Downers Grove with Glen Ellen, Clarendon Hills, Hinsdale, Naperville, and possibly Elmhurst. You can figure out the reasons for yourself. We are rated by Forbes as one of the top 10 friendliest towns. We're also rated in livability as number 2 in the 10 best cities for kids. And reading from their website, it says community leaders put a lot of focus on creating a healthy and family-friendly environment. My concern, particularly downtown, is that video gaming in our downtown would dramatically change the essence of that downtown. And I'm not sure that there's any parent or grandparent when they're tucking their kids to bed that says, you know, I'd really aspire you to be a gambler when you grow up. So we've spent the last 20 years cleaning up Ogden Avenue. We're still in the process of doing that. We spent the last 27 years cleaning up our downtown. We've stumbled upon an amazing success because of the unintended consequences of our pandemic, which forced us to do outdoor dining, which has changed the whole nature of our downtown. And I have the fear, unless we protect that we risk that being something that's really working well. I'm not sure why we'd want to mess with that moving forward. It's just an amazing success story. I think it's family friendly. I have an issue with signage in that they seem to be very garish and glaring and kind of working against what we've tried to build downtown. So those are my comments, those are my objections. Love the revenue if it pans out. Also am really interested in our businesses being competitive, and I understand the issue that you raised there, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Rich. Leslie?
Yeah. So I have been in favor of this issue for a while. I am interested about our different comparisons. I typically will use the ones kind of around us, and the majority have it. I also don't see video gaming as either a moral issue or a moral failing. I will say that, you know, I have done video gaming before. I'm from Ohio, and a lot of towns from there have it. I don't like losing money, so I don't do it much. but I have, and I have a 5-year-old daughter, and we travel to surrounding towns and eat at restaurants that have it, and it's one of those things where they're typically tucked away, and I've kind of never thought about it. So I really struggle with when we talk about anything, whether it be cannabis or gaming or anything related or any of our liquor license issues, when we kind of consider that as some sort of a moral failure or a moral issue. Addiction in any regard is certainly a concern, but it is truly a physiological issue that we stigmatize, but it is not due to any sort of, again, moral and ethical failing. So I don't want that to be part of kind of the narrative that we argue for. I do understand the concerns in terms of brand with regard to, we've worked very hard at a sign ordinance and we're concerned with signs. I can certainly understand that. I would be interested to see, I know there are other towns that have disallowed them, but I also know we've worked very hard on our sign ordinance, so I'm very interested in hearing from the staff kind of thoughts on that, or potentially to incentivize those businesses who choose not to have bright and flashy signs in terms of reduced fees or something of the like. So that would be something that I'd be interested about hearing, and I can empathize with those concerns. But in general, I am in favor of things that, are going to essentially be a business's choice and are going to make them feel as though they're competitive and keep them in the village. So it's kind of where I stand.
Thank you.
Nicole, Chris, you want to go, Nicole?
Yes, you can go.
You sure? All right, I'll go. Okay, so I am generally in support of allowing video gaming, but that support does not come without reservations and is not unconditional. My reasons for supporting gaming is really to provide an opportunity for businesses to diversify revenue streams, which is critical, I believe, for the success of many businesses, a fact we know was amplified by the pandemic. I do not personally share the view that this has a potential of being a major revenue source for the village. The 15% of the village portion really equates to about 5% of total revenue. And in addition, I think, and no knock on staff, but the towns that were chosen to sort of compare against or sort of be the benchmark do allow what are called gaming cafes, which are solely dedicated, which I'll talk more about. I like the way that the draft ordinance was written with the intention to prohibit gaming cafes, which again are standalone. I simply have no interest in having those in town, and candidly would likely vote no if that was permitted as part of any ordinance that we passed. I'm supportive of that because it's in the context really of helping drive incremental revenue to existing establishments, or, as Commissioner Glover mentioned, new businesses that come in town, perhaps wait the year out and are willing to invest into that. But for me, I think the ordinance, for my support, must be written in such a way that's crystal clear on what we define as a cafe, a gambling cafe, how we exclude them, and perhaps more importantly, how we prevent existing businesses from becoming cafes. If neighboring towns many neighboring towns have ordinances that prohibit this, so this is not outside of the parameters of what might be expected for a gaming ordinance, fairly common practice. So I think with that, I wanted to start my question, maybe questions, candidly, with the ordinance as it's written, because currently the definition we have is a video gaming cafe means an establishment whose primary focus is video gaming and the sale and service of alcohol, non-alcoholic drinks, or food is incidental to the operation of video gaming, and which has an expected revenue to be at least 20% of its gross revenue on an annual basis exclusively from video gaming activity. So my question to staff is, are we to interpret that definition to say that any restaurant that perhaps applies and is given machines who recognizes 20 or more % of its revenues
from gaming will then switch classifications to being a gaming cafe?
No, I don't think so. I think the ordinance was drafted with your shared intention of trying to prevent video gaming cafes. The first way we do that is define video gaming cafes, you just read, Commissioner. The second way is an outright prohibition of video gaming cafe in the ordinance. And the third way is by limiting the geographic space within a facility that can be used for video gaming. So the maximum size of the room in terms of gross square footage and the maximum percent of that room that compared to the total facility, whichever is lesser, is a way, in combination with the definition of video gaming combined with outright prohibition, those all working together are supposed to result in not having a video gaming cafe. I don't think the intent of this definition with the 20% is to sort of go around looking for ways to reclassify those things, but it's meant to work sort of in context of the ordinance as a whole. That being said, as we talked on the phone earlier today, we want to make sure that this ordinance reflects the policy direction of this council, and so it would be appropriate to discuss that percentage as a way, as sort of a lever, and making sure that this ordinance reflects your policy direction.
I appreciate that, Dave. I think it is important. Like other towns around us who have already established a certain maximum percentage of revenue, I think the square footage percentage, which is common in many of our ordinances around liquor, is probably the most common, doesn't alleviate or limit how much liquor can be sold, just how much space that can take up in a store. And I think for me, I think it feels a little bit more important to look at that, the comparison of what revenue is coming from machines versus, let's say, food and beverage, which we can, easily track through our food and beverage tax. I would love to hear from my fellow commissioners your sentiments on the cafe, and if anybody, should we move forward with that, has ideas around percentages. And it's a wide swath. I've looked at more gaming ordinances than I ever thought I would in my life. There's a wide spectrum of what that percentage could be. Hopefully we can have a good discussion around where we think that would be, but I'm just more curious if the idea of not having those cafes is a common thought among our commissioners here. I'll leave it at that. I think got a few other things, but maybe that is a place we can start.
Yeah, that's a good spot to start. It's always a challenge to figure out how to facilitate a strange half horseshoe dialogue without making a decision, and have it be a true dialogue. So I'll just jump in there and welcome others too. I'm going to limit my conversation for the moment to your subject. I share the same concern. Full disclosure, I think this is not a good idea, but if we're going to head down the path of trying to figure out how to facilitate gaming in our community, I do think that if the logic is to be a draw for new businesses or to help existing businesses, that the cafe component of it is something that I have even less interest in. I do worry, to your point, I think, about how do you define that and how might that evolve. It would not be hard to envision a situation where somebody puts in 6 machines, starts generating revenue, and starts minimizing waitstaff, starts minimizing, spoilable inventory. Because, to Danny's point, there's now an overhead generator, there's a revenue generator with no overhead. And it worries me. I don't know, Chris, what the answer exactly is, but I share the concern. And I remember back a time, it seems like a million years ago, but we used to talk about values and talk about morals. It's just judgments that any council makes in a moment. We used to have a time in Downers Grove when we were trying to manage accounting of how much of a establishment's sales were food and what percentage of them were alcoholic beverages. We actually used to have that as part of our liquor ordinance, and people had to maintain certain percentages. I don't really want to be in the business of trying to do that again with gaming, because I think the administrative component of that is really tough. it just adds a whole nother level to it. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I guess in my mind, the smaller that percentage is, the better, because to Rich's point, when we put these, when we built into this ordinance, we've already built into this draft ordinance a bunch of value judgments, right? And that's what this whole thing is. If it's 500 square feet or 300 square feet, if it's 20% or 40%, if it's has to be in business 12 months or 6 months or 18 months. Those are all judgments that we're making. So we are building value judgments into this ordinance, whether we go with gaming or don't go with gaming. The cafe thing is something I would certainly like to avoid. Whatever we thought we could put in to the ordinance to prevent that from being the case, and prevent them, and this is probably the hard part, but prevent people from evolving into that,
Right.
is certainly on my mind. Others on that cafe subject?
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And if we want to, I'm wondering if, maybe we just set the number, at the recommended level, and then perhaps just revisit it in, 12 months and kind of set a deadline and a timeline for us to kind of check in on it. I'm comfortable with that as well.
Commissioner Gilmartin's point, we do have another tool that we didn't have years ago, which is we do have food and beverage tax numbers that are reported locally, so we have a better understanding of those things now than we did years ago under the old ordinance, so we could take a look at that. We certainly hear the council loud and clear of making sure that the ordinance does not allow for standalone, single-purpose gaming entities.
Yeah, and then I think the hard part too is then going to be what's the consequence, right? As we get to those numbers, what levers do we have? Certainly, the liquor commissioner has a lot of authority over what can be done with the gaming machines themselves, and so I think some thought into that, I think makes sense in that time period. So in that vein, and having looked at a number of these, there are just a few more considerations that I want to just throw out to the fellow commissioners that I'm not sure I necessarily have a strong opinion either way, but just to get us thinking about what else could be included in this to make it the most effective and in the nature of what we want to do. Some have started with trial ordinances, so giving a certain limited number of licenses. I think we're probably familiar with that, to test the waters. There was, and this is all stuff that wasn't in the current one or the draft, looking at some require video surveillance and alarm systems that added a level of security. Some restrict visibilities of the terminals from outside the building. So someone mentioned signs. I think that's sort of along the same lines. Sign restrictions, I think, is something we probably are going to have to discuss because I think I have feelings, it sounds like others do, about what we do there with the whole undercurrent of our sign ordinance and maybe potential challenges there. Schaumburg allocates 50% of its fees to gambling addiction, and maybe looking at that as an opportunity to help potentially offset some of that concern. And then I think the last was just this, what we talked about already, the percentage of revenue. So there's, I think, other things that as we look at this, we may want to consider, and maybe just some food for thought as we traverse down this potentially traverse down this path. Thank you, Mayor.
Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm last to go, so I don't want to repeat too much of what my colleagues have said, but I tend to be in agreement with a lot of my fellow commissioners up here. During the pandemic, I never really realized how much I could love our local businesses and our local restaurants as much as I learned to during that time. And I really want to continue being a cheerleader for those businesses and giving them the opportunity to do well for themselves. I do have a concern particularly within our downtown area. I feel like our downtown is special. It has a certain feel. It has a certain vibe. I have concerns that putting video gaming into our downtown might change that vibe, particularly as it relates to signage. We have a very strict sign ordinance that is there for a reason. So I understand the limitations that come with that. But that may be a sticking point for me on this issue, particularly in our downtown, like I said, because I feel like those video gaming signs they simply just change the feel of that space that I feel like we've worked so hard over the years to create. So, and Commissioner Gilmartin, I'm with you on finding a way to avoid those standalone cafes. I don't know what that means in terms of reducing percentage. You talked about video surveillance and alarms. I also looked at a million ordinances on video gaming from other communities who restrict signage, do all of those things. So I'm open to discussing those, talking about those things as well. But the signage, I think, for me is an issue at the moment. And again, I understand the restrictions of our sign ordinance, and so I'd like to better understand if we have any wiggle room, or if that's really not going to be possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come back around, Rich?
Yeah, just one quick comment about downtown. I think downtown and competition with restaurateurs downtown is somewhat insular, and you look at your own dining practices. Either you're going to go eat dinner in downtown Downers Grove, or you're going to go somewhere to the outskirts. The decision to eat downtown here versus Brian's on Ogden, I think, is different. And if we did prohibit these downtown, I think there would be some certain protection in that, just because those establishments are really competing with each other. We also have the advantage for downtown businesses that there's literally a lot more traffic. People may have eaten at Gatto's a couple of years ago, come back and say, wow, I didn't know they had a Japanese restaurant across the street. So let's eat at Gatto's tonight, and let's try that wasabi place. Look it up on Yelp and see what kind of food they have. Oh, look, they have Barchito. I didn't know that was here. So I think there are more occasions, and then certainly more advantages from downtown. No one walks up and down Ogden Avenue and says, wow, there's a restaurant here, right? They know they're going to the restaurant. So I would really like my commissioners to give that thoughtful consideration.
Thanks, Rich. Sure, go ahead.
I just had one more thing on the sign, because I think it is important. I agree. If I'm being honest, I don't love the idea of the signs, candidly, particularly downtown. But I am concerned about rules for one versus rules for another. There are ordinances that do exist that simply just don't allow them. So that is an option. Again, we have to weigh whether that's something we want to do in context of our ordinances, our sign ordinance. I also was thinking, and you sort of alluded to this, Commissioner Sadowski, if you get, of some sort of incentive program that would allow us to maybe incentivize those that a sign wouldn't benefit as much, and I'm probably talking downtown, but to give them some kind of incentive program not to use a sign. I'm a marketer by trade, so it almost feels like I'm turning my back on my profession, but I do feel like we could probably get creative with that and see if there's an opportunity. It certainly wouldn't be a guarantee that there wouldn't be a sign, but if we made it compelling enough, we might be able to limit and maybe even eliminate sign usage in certain areas that candidly I have just a struggle with. I want to be fair. I've taken that position across all of my decisions, so I'm not saying that if they had to have signs, I wouldn't say yes to this, but I do feel like it's worth a discussion and maybe worth looking at some creative ways to address that.
I'm going to weigh in a little bit here on some of these things. I think that if we do have the ability to, in the realm of trying to treat everybody the same, we do have the ability to do this on a zoning basis. And I would like to see us consider not doing it in DT and DC, in the downtown areas. I share, I think, some of the same general sentiments that I've heard from several folks up here, and we're struggling with it a little bit. Enza, maybe at some point in the next few weeks, you could shoot us a note on your thoughts on signage. We have a long history with a sign ordinance, and some people love it, some people hate it. It's got more than its share of attendant opinions, but we do take pretty seriously trying to be, despite what other communities may or may not do, we take pretty seriously what we think is the right thing as it relates to people's rights with signs. We're really pretty diligent about that, because when you say I don't want somebody to advertise gaming, you can't really feel good about them saying that they can't advertise their favorite political person or whatever. The idea of speech is important to us, and it's embedded in our structure of our ordinance, and I'm probably doing it a disservice, but I think maybe some commentary on that would be helpful to us. I think we're probably pretty limited there. We also have, as I remember, we have floor plans for all our license holders as part of our system. And it's 500 square feet sounds huge to me. When I consider some of the establishments that I've been in and out of throughout town and in other communities, that's a pretty big number. That could be most of the facility in many places or more. So maybe if it was not a ridiculous task, but when you're doing layouts, you can create a 500 square foot, couple of 500 square foot shapes and drop them on our existing floor plans and let us see what that looks like on some big establishments, small establishments, get a sense of what 500 really means. My gut tells me that's about twice as big as I'd feel good about it being.
So we actually did that exercise at the staff level. We're happy to share with you those drawings.
Yeah.
We took 3 different sizes, and
That'd be great.
that's why we came up with the lesser of 25%, because 500, for reference, a 2-car detached garage is 700 square feet.
Sure.
Right? So,
Yeah.
500 is big, but we also put that 25% in. We're happy to share the sketches that Carol and Stan and our teammates have put together for the team. We'll get those to you next
Should have
time.
known Carol and Stan would already be on.
Yes, they were way ahead of us on that.
I would like to see some of that to help us get a flavor of it.
Yep.
Dave, you had on one of your original slides, you had given us some per terminal values at a couple of other communities. If we have it, and it feels like I remember seeing it at one point provided by maybe State Gaming, I don't remember who gave us, we had a document at one time with some of that data. I'd love to know what that shakes out to, though, in terms of facility type, because when you do per terminal, there's, as Chris alluded to, some of those communities have pure gaming facilities. And so if you've got a gaming facility with 20 terminals in it, could be cranking out some pretty big dollars that end up spread across other terminals. So I guess I'd like to have some additional commentary from you guys and maybe some discounting if appropriate on what we thought that per terminal would be if we were excluding parlors.
That study came from DMMC on some self-reporting. We'll see if we can drill down to see if we can get the data at that level. One of the major factors of that is, in addition to cafe or parlor or not, is also whether your community is home rule or not. Because the state law, if you are non-home rule, says you can only charge a local license fee of $25, and the license fees we're proposing here are $1,500. So when staff looked at those other ones and said, well,
Sure.
here's a town who does not have home rule authority, but they allow parlors and they're getting $3,500 per terminal, that's inclusive of the application fee. So one of the reasons our revenue projections may look high is because of our home rule ability to charge $1,500 per terminal. So just $1,500 per terminal times 120 is a pretty significant revenue source. It didn't even count for the state's share of the sales tax. So sorry for the long-winded answer. We'll see if we can drill down and get more information on a per terminal basis.
I had this other note here. Oh, the other thought that I had, I'm trying to find a way that I could feel good about this. I'm not there yet. But as we think of whatever revenue generates from this, Chris mentioned, some use for that, potential designated use for that revenue. Mm-hmm. I'd be interested in asking my colleagues to think that through as well. We have a list of ongoing needs. We have challenges that we face annually as we try and consider revenue. And some of those, so if we could find a way to do something specific, if we thought we were going to pick a number, whatever it is, but if we could dedicate future revenues, one that popped into my mind was, what if all of our gaming revenues were pegged to public safety pensions? It's an ongoing, increasing challenge that ends up burdening every resident in town and is largely outside of our control. So if we thought we could find a source to help that, I just, that's just a thought for the moment, but I'd like everybody to give some thought to that. Maybe there's no value in assigning it to something, but if there was, that might be, it might be something that would feel better to all of our residents. All right, well, does anybody from the audience want to touch on this subject? Oh, boy, jeez. Holy cow.
I can't read this one. Mayor Barnett, Commissioners, my name is Leonard Ververs. I live at 4713 Cornell. Really quick to answer some of these people, if you sit at the park over there at Hooper's Hollow, you can tell when the grade school, the junior high, and the high school get out because of all the traffic, but that's needed here or there. All right. I've been a resident of Downers Grove since the Eisenhower administration, so it's been a few years. And I apologize to Mr. Barnett, Mayor. I am going to talk about some statistics and some data. I feel that since I've been doing it for over 40 years, I sort of know a little about it. That's all right. Mr. Fieldman, how are you?
Oh, good. Good to see you.
Yeah. Those numbers you have up there, I think we need to recalculate them. And I think it's just, it's nothing special, it's just some general math. You look at the revenue is, the participated revenue is 250,000 to 500,000, and that's including your 180,000 application fee. So that basically makes it that you're only going to make 70,000 to 320,000 per year off of the machine. If you have 120 machines, it comes out to be either $560 per machine to the maximum of $2,800. If you look at all those, that table at the bottom, I think it's page 14. If you look at all of that, and if you use, I used Westmont and Woodridge. If you look at the averages of Westmont and Woodridge, your actually calculation is 763,000 the high and 604,000 to the low. So maybe before voting and all that, maybe, and you're talking about revenue, that you might want to just relook at the number more realistically on that calculation. That's all.
Thank you, Len. Thank you, Len.
I don't know how or why, but we already have gaming in Downers Grove. It's right at Angelo's. And I don't know how that happened, how that got put in, but suddenly a little family store went from a family grocery store to having gaming in it. And if you want to see what signage does or what it looks like, just drive by there, because it doesn't look like a friendly little grocery store anymore. It looks like a kind of a seedy saloon now. So I'm all for your signing. I don't like the signing issues all the time, but no, I don't want to live in Las Vegas. I don't want a downtown that looks like Las Vegas. You want to put you guys want to go ahead and put the machines in, you better hide them, because I think it detracts from your village. And I'm sorry, Mayor Barnett, on this one, you and I, we actually agree.
Imagine that.
But can I ask, how did the Angelos get it?
Yeah, David.
So, yeah,
It's unincorporated.
hang on one second.
Unincorporated county.
Which means it's not within the village of Downers Grove limits.
My name is Mike Gilbert. I live at 3740 Glendenning Road in Downers Grove. I have to digress for a minute. I remember being here in December 23rd of 1997, sitting at that very same dais and approving the original TIF district. And at the time, I'm approaching 70 now, and I'm starting to get to the point where I see things a little differently. But that's one thing that I don't see differently. We did a good job. It brought the results that we asked for. It was well thought out. We went through extensive public hearings, and some were pretty contentious back in that time, as Enza remembers. Mm-hmm. Not to date you, Enza. But I really commend the village for having taken that step back in '97 and to see the results that we have today, see the downtown that we have today because of it, and the fact that the downtown actually is a tax generator rather than the tax deficit that it was back in '96 and '95. And I also want to mention, if you'll indulge me for a minute, I want to mention the traffic issues in Downers. You know, I've lived in this town for close to 65 years. And I've seen the growth from one end of the city to the other, and I've seen all of the different variations of traffic changes. And it's probably the most difficult thing that a council has to deal with. It becomes very neighborhood, it becomes very blocks at a time that will fight with the block next door to them to get things a certain way. But we all have to remember that the roads belong to all of us, and that the use of the roads expands equally throughout the village. What happens on one street probably has happened on all the other streets around it. As we grow and as we develop and as we change within the village, it's a result of it. It's the result of the good, and it's some of the bad that we have to tolerate along with it. So good luck with your decision on that one, gentlemen and ladies. I do want to talk just for a second about video gaming. And, you know, we've gone through this town, as you saw tonight, and through the last, as long as you've been around this village. It continues to grow and evolve, and we keep coming up with different things that, different issues that approach us. I remember we had I want to say it was 98, we had a kind of a rewrite of the liquor laws in town here. And the town was extremely restrictive. We didn't want to have any more liquor served, not even a drop of it. In fact, there were those who wanted to shut liquor off completely in this town. At one time, I think we were completely liquor-free within it. But some of the fears and the concerns that they had at that time were that it was going to turn the town into a Cicero or some other town. It was going to give us a result that they didn't want. It was going to be like the downtown Chicago in the old days where everybody had a bar. I just got back from a trip to Ireland, and I went through a city, believe it or not, had 800 people in town, and there were 11 pubs down the main street. Yeah, that's a fear. I'd say that's a little bit excessive. If you know the Irish people, it makes a lot of sense. But here, it's not so good. But we did go through a change of those, and the fears and the issues and the things that we thought were going to happen because the liquor laws were going to be expanded never materialized. In fact, what we ended up with was a very beautiful downtown, very beautiful town all through, and we have a lot of great restaurants, places for people to go out and be entertained in their own town, where we don't have to take our revenue out to other areas and support those towns. The gaming laws are here. It's going to continue to be around us. One other thing I've observed of this town over the 65 years is that we tend to dabble a little bit in these things. You know, let's not talk about them, or let's not bring them out, or let's not be the first. Let's dabble in them. Maybe we'll set up, as you've got up here, maybe we'll set up 20 people out of all the 55 possibles. And let's make sure that we charge them enough to make sure that they toe the mark. You know, I trust the business people, and I trust the citizens of Downers Grove even more. If the business people don't do this right and don't put institute video gaming properly, they'll know it, and they'll let the business owners know it. It's not going to end up being a sloppy mess like you might see in some of the other towns of days past, really. It's not going to end up that way in Downers Grove, because this town won't tolerate that. To limit it to the 20, I don't know how you tell the other, what would that be now, 35 other places that could possibly have it. I don't know how you tell them that you can only have 20 here, and not you, but he can. So I'd encourage you to take a good hard look at how many of those licenses and what would be the difference if you have more licenses or less licenses. Certainly the revenue to the village is greater if you allow more licenses, and I don't really think that 15 more or 20 more licenses is going to make any difference in the overall scheme of it. The second piece of it is the $1,500 per machine. I understand the cost to implement new laws and to bring things to happen that haven't been happening here. The staff has a lot more work to do. So I can understand the $1,885, but to put $1,500 per machine on each one of those is excessive. Our restaurateurs are beaten up enough. They've taken a pounding over the last few years. if nothing else, I would suggest that you give it a break for the next few years at least. Make that $300 or $500 and not $1,500. The village doesn't need the money, and certainly this is a revenue generator overall. So there isn't a point in overtaxing them and adding too much more of a burden to an already tough situation that they have. It's a good thing. The other towns are having it. It's going to happen all around us anyway. I think we ought to be proactive, look at it as the village always does, look at it carefully and approve it, but approve it in the right way. Help our restaurateurs do well, help them develop their businesses, make Downers Grove even stronger than it is already. And thank you for your time. That's it.
Thanks, Mike.
Hi. I've been aware of gaming for quite some time. Any one individuals were probably had 3,500 games on the street when I was 18 years old. The gaming industry, they had a little sign that says for amusement only. These games aren't amusement. I've witnessed anywhere from me, myself, throw $10 in. Yeah, it's $10. I won't do it for another month or two. Okay, I witnessed somebody throw this week's paycheck in. I went home to the wife. There's no money. Next week's paycheck in. So, you say, gambling addiction, any addiction, okay? Angelo's, besides the game, I don't know if anybody's, I recently found out about it during the summer. They have the best fried chicken, the unbelievable deli. You have restaurants, I've been sampling a lot of restaurants over the last year or so. You have some great restaurants. Most of all, if you accept the games or not the games or what to do with the games, let's make sure this town has, let's don't go to Downers Grove to gamble. Let's go to Downers Grove to enjoy an evening out of entertainment, some of the best meals, some of the greatest teas and taste buds. The gaming is a slippery slide on the way down. There's a lot of money involved. Well, what's the price? You have a wonderful town, and Angela, you seriously you got to try their deli if you ever had their deli food. It's unbelievable, and the price is great. The hamburgers, the pizza from our trustee. He didn't have gaming, but he had some of the best tasty hamburgers and pizzas around. Let's be famous for that kind of stuff in this town. Good night.
I apologize to the council and the mayor if you guys already mentioned this. I didn't hear everything, but I was curious. Crime at these places, and then our police department having to call on those. Has that been brought up, or have you had some kind of a count on that, if it is a fact? Because if we get a percentage of each of these establishments, are we going to lose it by our police force being there, being called on, and so forth? Just something to add, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just let me talk the first time, I did shorter. But I got a time. A lot of your information, I'm Francis, been a Downers Grove resident since 90. A lot of your information up here is real good and important, but for one particular item that y'all seem to have an issue with is your gaming cafes. If one establishment can have 6 terminals, the turnover of people there is going to be so horrendously slow that it's never going to last. in bars and restaurants, the turnover is more, it's quicker because people have other things to do. The people that sit down at your gaming cafes are going to be there for 2-3 hours, and once the first 6 units are filled, nobody's going to want to wait for them. That same guy that was brought up a minute ago, who's going to blow his whole paycheck in the bar on the gaming, can do that down the street at Speedway. They're called scratch-off lottery tickets. That's kind of a moot point. I mentioned this earlier, sorry to repeat myself, but a couple of years ago, I bought your story why we don't have legalized marijuana stores, because the cost of the police outweighed the tax benefit. You don't need police any more or less for this. You don't need specific police because of gaming. Believe it or not, the places that have these terminals do their own policing, and the people there know that they will be out so fast if they cause a problem, because it's a problem for everybody. That's, for lack of any better phrase, it's bar police. Once you screw up in a place, you can't come back, and you're not going to blow that. 2 sections of Downers Grove, downtown and Ogden Avenue. I don't go to the places in either one of those for the same reason. The places I go downtown is totally different than why I would go to an Ogden Avenue place. So you're not taking business, and I'm just Joe Consumer. You're not taking my business away from one place or another, because I'm going to go there because of that place. Don't compare Downers Grove to Westmont, and don't say we're like Clarendon Hills either. We're not. We're Downers Grove. I don't want to have to take my business somewhere else, but if I have to, I don't go to a place for gaming. But if I can enjoy gaming at a place, that would be nice too. If I'm going to go to that place for gaming and enjoy my time there, the places around it might get my business also. So not only am I taking away, or you're taking away the business I would spend at that place, but you're taking away the business I would spend at other places in that same area, because I'll now take those to the same place that I go, near where I go for gaming. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I hope it would. Talking so fast, I'm losing my own tempo. I'm sorry. I still got 1:24.
By whose watch?
You're doing fine, Frank.
I go to places for what they are, and I like to enjoy it where I enjoy it. I'm not going to drop my paycheck on video gaming, because like I said, I can do it at Speedway. And I don't know. We're not going to turn into Berlin. And like, again, I bought your story on the marijuana. I'm not going to take that same idea for this. It's not going to, the taxes. Even if it's 5%, that's 5% more than I had yesterday. Dollars is dollars. I make $30 more today than I did yesterday. Hey, I'm $30 ahead. Why should we lose that? Why should unincorporated DuPage County get their money from Angelo's instead of Downers Grove getting it from Bryant's? Taxes is taxes. I like having them where I gotta be. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis.
I'm in Downers Grove because I like the streets, I like the police department, I like the schools, I like the fire department, I like the library. If I want to be somewhere else, I'll be somewhere else.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Good evening. My name is Victor Aranda. I live at 4617 Belmont. I am for this video gaming. And some of the reasons why, I have families, friends that have video gaming, especially in Berwyn, Cicero. I have Yorkville. And to answer some of your questions, I've actually been helping them with a lot of this, I know actually a lot about this information. In regards to cameras, the purveyor of the machines have their own security cameras. You walk in and they're above you. They're nonchalant. There's one facing the payout machine. There's one's paying. Also, another thing that I've learned from my uncle is that people do not like being watched while they're video playing. So what they do is they build a little barricade so they can sit down, no one sees them, no one's behind them, and that's maybe something we can do, is have in the ordinance, it's got to be a 5-foot wall, 6-foot wall, but they like that privacy. As you guys were talking about, they do have a stats on wins per unit, meaning that machines, I believe the way the law is written, it's 90% givebacks or wins, so there's any time between 5 to 10% that they actually will retain for that location. Then it's divided up into that. I have a cousin that has something in Cicero that does over 400, I think 450 per unit. His location does 80,000 a month. Yeah, it's a little gold mine, and it's also a little restaurant, just like the around the clock they used to be here. But if you guys have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. If you have any, like I said, I am somewhat of an expert in this. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No amount of tax money would make it worth it for me to be sitting at one of my favorite restaurants and have all sorts of hooting and hollering going on and gambling talk and watching this and that. I don't want my 14-year-old son to be around that. Like Steve said, some other people, if I wanted to go to Vegas, if I wanted to go to a casino, Aurora, wherever, Riverboat, I would go there. Just one question to think about. If this goes through and you're at an establishment, do you specifically have to be eating or drinking at this establishment, or can you literally walk in, do your gambling, and then walk out and never even eat or drink there? I think that's going to introduce a whole nother level of transience, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a negative thing, but just extra foot traffic coming in and out of there, making the restaurant already more crowded than it might have been. I'm not in favor of subsidizing a restaurant that is not surviving on its own. A restaurant should stand on its own, and if it's not, we shouldn't subsidize that. Some of the more recent restaurants I can think of, Lemon Tree turned into Cadence, Dolly's Diner, I think it was called, turned into Wasabi, Mia's Cantina turned into Barchito. In my opinion, nothing against the previous ones, but the new ones are just fantastic. And I'm not going to beat all the different meeting minutes together about what the whole marijuana conversation was. Go back and look at those meeting minutes, listen to the video, watch the video, and you will understand why this is a slippery slope. And if you guys are going to go ahead with this, I would highly encourage putting up some sort of barrier, but don't have any of this stuff. Change the ordinance, change the zoning to not allow it to be downtown. Downtown is our family area. If you want to go and go an extra 4 or 5 blocks up to Ogden to do it, that's fine. If that's your fix, I have no desire to mix both these things together. If a failing restaurant is looking to be subsidized and you're going to have gaming coming in there, they are not going to police themselves. That is their lifeblood because they were not surviving to begin with. We will be taking police off the street potentially to go in there and police that, but that's not their primary business. It's to look at traffic and other fun things. These people are not going to identify who is 21, who is 18. I don't buy that they're going to be carding anybody, and I think it's just a highly, highly slippery slope. Again, go back and look at the whole marijuana sales thing, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I will be brief. My name is Brian Bentley. I own Brian's American Grill in Downers Grove. And I've listened to all the different arguments that have been made here in different points, and I just want to clarify a few things. First of all, there is no crime associated with video gaming. You might want to ask the police chief to provide that study for you. As far as the transients that were mentioned here, the folks that game are actually your neighbors. They're your friends, your neighbors, and other folks. They're not people of ill repute. This is not going to affect Downers Grove in a negative way. As a matter of fact, it's good for Downers Grove. Rich, I heard you mention that, you want to keep the image of Downers Grove pristine, and there's certain expectations of what Downers Grove is. Well, there's the obverse to that coin. I've watched customers walk into my establishment. They say, hey, where are your machines? Everybody's got them. And we go, well, I'm sorry, Downers Grove doesn't offer them. They go, and I can tell you the reaction about Downers Grove is not exactly great. We're not progressive. We're not forward thinking. We're not doing the things that would help enhance the, how would you say, ability of businesses to compete on a fair and level playing field. The taxes are good, and they are a little bit more than what I think were provided here today. But however, there's also the thought about how Downers Grove is perceived overall. We should be leading and not following. And so far, as I listen to everything, it seems we seem to follow more than we lead. Downers Grove has an opportunity here to reach out to its business community and help them. My business is not failing. But at the same time, it could be doing better. I've watched my customer base migrate over to Zazos, Fremont, and other jurisdictions that have currently allowed video gaming. This is just one more product we would get to offer our customers. This would be good for Downers Grove. We get to enhance the tax base. We would be able to take care of our employees a little bit better. We would be able to reinvest in our businesses. This is not a bad thing. And I really hope that all of you take the time, and as was mentioned in the Forest Avenue debate by someone, take the emotion, I think it was this gentleman back here, take the emotion out of it. Look at the data, look at the studies, and go from there. I've often heard you, Mayor Barnett, say, we do what's right, not always what's popular. This is one of those times. It's time to do something right. It might not be 100% popular, but it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Hello again. I want to comment as to the idea that 6 gaming terminals per establishment is going to turn any place in Las Vegas. Think about when you're in the nicest restaurant you've ever gone to. Think about when you've been in Denny's, as an example. Can you see everybody going into the washroom from your seat? I don't think you can. Can you see every single person paying their bill at the counter? I don't think you can. With only 6 terminals per establishment, you're not going to have seat to seat to seat to seat gaming. It's not going to be Las Vegas. When was the last time you were in Las Vegas? I didn't see dinner tables right in the middle surrounded by gaming machines. Maybe that's where you go. It's not necessarily where I go. But 6 gaming terminals per establishment, not going to turn any place in Las Vegas. How big a size did you say that would be? 500 square feet? Something of that nature? If you put 6 terminals in a 2-car garage, 20 by 25, there's a whole lot of places you can sit that there's not going to be people close to you enough to interfere with your dinner. That's all I'm saying. This time. Sure, I'll have another opinion of something. Sorry.
I'm going to pause 1 second here, guys. It is 10:20, almost, and decisions get worse the later it gets. We are not deciding this tonight, and so I'd like to be done. I don't want to tell anybody they can't speak, so if you want to come to the podium and say something that you think hasn't been said, please go ahead and do so. If you think it could wait till the next time we talk about this, that would be great, too.
Me again. I wanted to make one more comment, which I forgot. Your maximum of 20 licenses. It just seems too unfair for the other 35. I actually know I frequent a lot of the restaurants around here, and I asked them about that. And if they don't get it, they're planning on moving to Westmont. And I really don't. I do favor a lot of these good restaurants that I like. So. But that's just my comment from the resident, or from the business establishment.
Oh, man, I shouldn't have said anything. Now I got to hear Len again.
Hey, I didn't use my 5 minutes. I wasn't going to be nice to you. Actually, what I was here to say was, it's been a long time since I've been to one of these. I've watched some of them on TV, but I want to just say how amazing your patience has been. Because I'm pretty sure I would have used a lot different words.
Good evening, everybody. It's my first time, so pardon me if I make a mistake. 3031 Downers Grove, Philly Road. I asked the same question to my brother who's right there. I said, do these people go and have a beer or Advil at home after this? Just wanted to add a quick note that we have a hotel in Downers Grove, Holiday Inn Express. We just opened another one, brand new. Just opened in March in Oak Brook Terrace, Sleeping, and Mainstay Suites. We have a gaming approved at that location. And ever since we opened in March, we advertise, we tell the guests that we have a gaming coming in. We have a small bar, a few drinks coming in, right? And we have regular guests who come in day out, repetitive guests, and they come in and ask every day, when are you opening this place? When is the gaming coming in? And when the new travelers that are coming outside of the town from out of state, and when we tell them that, hey, we're going to have a gaming right here, and they're like, their reaction, they're walking with their children, and their reaction is not like, oh, we don't want to stay here. They're like, wow, we haven't seen this before in a hotel. And they're looking for their experience. They're not going to sit there and drop $500 on their machine, but if they're bored in their room, it's going to give them something to do. Right now, we have hundreds of guests who walk across from my door and go to the off-track betting, which is literally in the same parking lot, if you will. Or they will go to the new gas station that built, what is it, Bailey or something, that have a gaming cafe inside of that gas station. I don't know the name. But they literally walk to those places because they have entertainment in a walking distance. And having that piece in my business once it's open, right now it's still under construction, but once it's open, it's going to add a great amenity to the guest. It's not a burden, it's an amenity. It's going to give them something to do when they're bored or they just want to kill time or just try their luck a little bit. And my city, Oak Brook Terrace, is going to get a good kick out of it as well. They get third share, and it's approved in Oak Brook Terrace. So we would love to have that in Downers Grove as well. We're very excited for this topic to be open on the table, and we're looking forward to it. I hope it falls through, and we're hoping for some great things to happen in our town. So thank you.
Thank you.
Be really brief. Alberto Torres again. I'm the president of the Moose Lodge in Downers Grove. First of all, I want to say this is not a subsidy. It's a different potential source of revenue. And I also want to say that at Downers Grove Moose, we don't want signs. We don't want a huge gaming room. We want to keep it very discreet, away from kids that happen to be there. And ultimately, if we make enough money to pay for some CapEx and make extra over that, the money's going to charity. This would be a huge benefit for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
quick comment first. It's interesting to discover that if you're saying something favorable to the council, you don't get ruled out of order. On the specific topic at hand, I guess I would say that I welcome much more specific information than has been made available thus far for those of us who have no familiarity whatsoever with regard to this whole notion of video gambling. I don't know, for example, if you can do sports gambling this way. I don't know what space requirements are needed because I don't know how people are actually spending their time. I don't know how much is involved in the way it actually works between the revenue, excuse me, between the amount that someone puts into the machine and what happens in terms of the distribution of tax, who gets the tax, how the winning. I don't understand any of that. I don't know if that has an impact on your decision, but as a resident who's completely unfamiliar with this whole area, I would appreciate some further elaboration before any decision is made so that I have a sense of how I align between the people who are concerned about having gambling at all this way versus the people who are saying it's a wonderful opportunity. I will just say as a final point, I don't know, again, because I have no familiarity with this at all, what the difference is between the person who goes to a video cafe or one of these gambling cafes versus the individual who does it just casually at a bar or an eating establishment, or like was just mentioned, if a hotel would be a place where this could happen. So from my perspective, it feels like it would be much more useful to get much more specific information of the logistics of how this all works.
Thank you, David. All right. Anybody here want to continue? Rich?
I have sort of a question and comment. I've been to Vegas a lot because I was in an industry that, in the medical software industry, they held a lot of conferences there. I'm not much of a gambler. I was never good enough at it. I realized that the reason the Hilton could afford a $30,000 chandelier was people like me were losing, not winning. So I thought I was losing money too fast. I figured I'll figure something else to do with my time. So I do stuff like this so I can stay away from home. But I wonder if there's an issue related to noise pollution, and that's one of the things you really notice. You can't get to like a conference hall in Vegas without going through the gaming floors, and that's the one thing you hear is particularly when the machines win. And do we have any way to regulate that, or is that just something that diners are going to have to live with? You know what I'm talking about, right? When the machines
I
go
know
off.
exactly what you're talking about, Rich. Again, my understanding is all of that is on the table. If we decide to say the machines have to turn their bells and whistles off, that's our prerogative. So I think if that's a concern, we should look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Are you familiar with the types of machines we're talking
Hey,
about?
Francis, we're going to talk about it again. Come on back to the next one. I'm not going to go back and forth with the audience. We'll get it answered. Take my word for it. Anybody else from the council? Okay, I think we're done for now. We'll be certainly on this subject again. Please pay attention and watch and come on back.
We'll do some research on signage, zoning approach, regulations in the downtown, revenues per terminal, per facility, and a couple other items. So we'll docket this up at an upcoming meeting. And the second item on tonight's first reading agenda is further discussion of the West Prairie Avenue Corridor Plan. This is a discussion that was started last week. A continuation of that, plus information regarding neighborhood traffic study number 7, and as is our custom, our Public Works Director, Andy Sikich, will talk about these items.
Thanks, Dave. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening I'll be presenting some follow-up information about the West Prairie Avenue corridor from Lee to Belmont, as well as introducing neighborhood traffic study number 7. I'm going to start with West Prairie, and then if it's okay, I'll go right into neighborhood traffic study 7, since they're related, and then I'll open it up to questions at the end, if that's at the pleasure of the council. So I'll just do a quick summary again of the proposed improvements that were recommended by staff and the TAP Commission. I'm aware of some of these things that were already voted on tonight, and I'll be brief about those, I promise. Reduce the speed limit from 30 to 25 miles per hour, the all-way stop control at Lee, Oakwood, and Saratoga, the marked pedestrian crossings at Sealy and Stonewall, pedestrian refuge islands at all 5 locations, eliminate the parking on the south side of Prairie from Belmont to Montgomery, and bike facilities, including marked bike lanes from Belmont to Lee and Sharrows from Lee to Maine. Of course, these things at the top here were already voted on, and so we won't discuss those. This is the map that you've all seen before several times. And there, again, are the 3 stops that were approved earlier and the crossing at Sealy. And the area then to the west of Lee there is what we'll be focusing on tonight. At the October 12th council meeting, council requested that staff research the potential for retaining the on-street parking from Belmont to Montgomery while also providing for marked bicycle facilities, which would either be dedicated bike lanes or sharrows on the pavement. Council also requested that staff present some options for reducing vehicle speeds and enhancing pedestrian safety between Belmont and Lee, including the potential for additional stop signs. So I'll start with the trade-off between parking and bike facilities. Currently, roughly from Belmont to Montgomery, parking is allowed on the south side of Prairie in striped parking boxes. And from Montgomery to Maine, no parking is allowed on Prairie. Based on the existing pavement width, if the parking were to remain in place along the south side of the street between Belmont and Lee, there is not enough room for dedicated bike lanes, but there would be sufficient room for both parking and vehicle lanes that are wide enough for sharrows. And here's what that would look like with the 2 vehicle lanes with the sharrows and then the existing parking on the south curb line. Unfortunately, between Lee and Montgomery, the pavement gets narrower, and there is not enough room for both parking and vehicle lanes that are wide enough for sharrows. So in this section of Prairie, there is really only enough room for either parking or sharrows within the vehicle lanes. And here you can see what it would look like without the parking, the 2 lanes with the sharrows. And then this is what currently exists out there. There's parking on the south curb line and 2 relatively narrow vehicle lanes. And just as a reminder, here is what the sharrows look like on the pavement. One thing I want to touch on is if parking is left in place along the curb, we would opt for bump outs or curb extensions, as you can see in this image, instead of the pedestrian refuge islands at any of the marked pedestrian crossings where the parking was kept. These help to shorten the crossing distance just like the refuge islands do, but they also move pedestrians out into a safer position where they can be seen by motorists and not hidden by the parked cars. Here's just a quick photo of how that works. So now I'll talk about some additional improvements that could be made to help slow traffic and improve pedestrian safety between Lee and Belmont. You can see here the improvements originally proposed by staff. There's the all-way stop at Lee and the marked pedestrian crossing that's proposed at Stonewall. To help slow traffic on this stretch of Prairie, staff recommends adding a second marked pedestrian crossing at Woodward, including either the refuge islands or the curb bump outs. The installation of permanent speed feedback monitors between Woodward and Belmont could also be considered. And the addition of the programmable traffic signal heads that we talked about at Main Street. These could help reduce the number of drivers that are speeding up to try and catch the green light at Belmont. And we would have to work with DuPage County on those as we do not own that signal. So now I'll jump right into Neighborhood Traffic Study 7. Since 2010, the village has looked at traffic on a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis. This is, of course, the 7th study that we've done. The area is depicted here and is bounded by Ogden on the north, Warren on the south, Lee on the east, and Belmont on the west. To perform this study, the village engaged the services of KLOA Inc., a traffic engineering firm from Rosemont, Illinois, and their recommendations include adding stop signs at various locations so that all intersections are either traffic signal or stop controlled, reduce the speed limits from 30 to 25 miles per hour, not only on Prairie, as we've already talked about, but also on Warren. Pedestrian improvements to slow traffic and raise driver awareness, which could include centerline striping, the pedestrian refuge islands, pedestrian crossing signage, and ladder-style crosswalks. And in addition to the marked bike facilities on Prairie, KLOA is recommending increased bike route signage on designated bike routes. And I'll get into the details here. So KLOA started this study with an in-depth review of existing conditions, including field investigations and observations of how the transportation systems are functioning, traffic counts and speed surveys at 45 different locations, vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle counts at 5 intersections, and a review of various data, including the crash data for the neighborhood. I think I skipped a slide, but we'll move on. Here you can see the inventory of both existing and proposed intersection controls throughout the neighborhood. So one key takeaway here is that our goal is to have all the intersections under traffic signal or some form of stop control. You can see here that 8 intersections out there in this neighborhood currently are under either just yield control or have no control, and those would be replaced with stop control at least 1 or more legs. I know it's difficult to see on this screen, so I'll add some graphics here. This is right out of the study, and it shows where the existing intersection controls are proposed to be changed. So these bright yellow and green circles represent new individual stop signs, and then these 2 red circles indicate new proposed all-way stops, including the one that's at Lee and Prairie that we previously discussed. A little more in detail, KLOA's recommendations include speed limit changes that we've already discussed on Prairie and Warren from 30 to 25. And as with Prairie, we would also recommend applying this on Warren from Belmont all the way to Forest or Maine. Install 20-mile-per-hour park zone speed limits on Lee Avenue along Lee and Grant Park and on Warren along Loy Park. And install new or relocate some speed limit signs and add the yellow borders to some of the existing speed limit signs. Their study also includes pedestrian enhancements, including refuge islands, not only on Prairie, but also at the existing mid-block crossings on Pershing, Wilson, Woodward, and Stonewall. Adding and refreshing crosswalks and high-visibility ladder-style crosswalks. Adding some pedestrian signage and some in-street pedestrian crossing signs at various locations. Adding centerline pavement markings on Lee and Warren to help slow traffic. And the selective use of speed monitors and targeted enforcement. And finally, KLOA made some recommendations regarding bicycle enhancements. These include bike lanes that we have already talked about, and some additional bike route signage along the village's designated bike routes, which are shown there, Prairie, Lee, Warren, and sections of Stonewall and Cornell. Warren Avenue, I just want to touch on that quick, it's a pretty well-traveled bike route, and it is already signed with bike route signage. There are no marked on-pavement bike facilities recommended in this study, though, and it's due basically to the varying existing pavement width out there on Warren that happens as you go from west to east. So from Belmont to roughly Lee or Cornell, Warren is not wide enough for either bike lanes or sharrows. And then right at about Northcott, from there to Montgomery, the pavement widens out, and there actually would be enough room for the existing parking along the south curb line and some sharrows. However, then east of Montgomery to Saratoga, the pavement narrows again, and there's pretty well-used parking on the south curb line there, but there is not room for both parking and sharrows in that section. So because of the discontinuity of Warren and the relatively well-used parking, KLOA did not recommend any marked bike facilities along Warren, which of course could be revisited in the future. Neighborhood Traffic Study 7 was reviewed by TAP on September 22nd, and they voted to recommend the report in its entirety to the council for approval. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Thank you. Council comments or questions on either of these 2 subjects? No one?
I certainly do. I just wanted to give my fellow commissioners an opportunity to talk first. So first, the programmable lights. So just for the sake of clarity, can you just describe what that means? Programmable is often thought of like timing, but that's not what we're talking about.
Correct. Yeah, they're the signals, you've probably seen them, where you can angle the signal to a certain extent so that motorists can't see them until they're close enough to them So they can't see it 3 blocks away, hit the gas to try to get and catch the green light. So it would be programmed so that they could only see it a certain distance from the traffic signal.
Thank you for that. And then you ended sort of talking about Warren and its bike lane capacities or lack thereof in certain things. So that's interesting to me because from my perspective, I was looking as Warren as an alternative to the dedicated bike lanes on Prairie because of parking and other factors. Do you have a sense, and I don't even know if the study would cover this, but do you have a sense if Warren could be widened in those? Is it just that it isn't currently but could be, or are we, whereas Prairie I feel is certainly more landlocked, for lack of a better word, by the current width, does Warren, given that it's up against the tracks there, have any opportunity for widening for that in the future?
I haven't looked at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we'll get you an answer to that at our next discussion.
Great, thank you.
That's really one of the challenges with bike lanes, right, is the idea that if you've got over a stretch from, say, Maine to Belmont, a series of varying street sections, you end up with, if you try to do something, you end up having changing conditions for the bike riders, right? And that, I think, is generally something that isn't a great idea. Is that probably a fair way to put it?
We have it in other parts of town, and I think I mentioned last time it's a hierarchy.
Yeah.
So, you know, as much as you can do to help mark the bike facilities, the better off you're going to be. But yeah, going block by block would not be a great idea.
Yeah. I just look at places like, you know, we've got that Warren, it's on Warren right now from Forest to, I can't remember exactly what the cross street is, but the first block or two. And, you know, I sit up here and I don't know about my colleagues, but I struggle with this because I feel like we should be doing everything we can to try and encourage people to ride and to try and create safe spaces for non-motorized transit across the community. And yet I also know that our existing streets are, Chris's point, are pretty messed up. Do we have any sense, and this is, Andy, if you want to just roll your eyes, that's fine too, because I realize I'm asking strange questions here, but I'm trying to envision, you mentioned that Warren Avenue is already a fairly heavily bike-traveled route, which makes a lot of sense. We start thinking about where it goes and how it's physically, it makes a lot of sense. Do we think the village, is materially affecting choices that constituents make when we paint stripes? I mean, I'm going to sound, obviously, my attitude about this. When we paint stripes on the first 2 blocks and then put some green signs up, I mean, don't people go more likely where they feel safe? So aren't people riding in parking spaces when there's no cars there because that feels safer? Aren't they looking at places where they think they can get across Belmont without having to screw with the light by puffer? I mean, aren't those types of factors way more likely meaningful than some paint on the sidewalk and some green signs? You don't have to answer that. This is really editorial from Bob. You don't have to answer that. That's an unfair question because there is a hierarchy, and I understand that. I appreciate that. I really do. I struggle with this because I think if we're going to focus on bike work, we should focus an entirely different conversation on how serious we want to get about bike work. This feels a little bit like, well, we're kind of into the street anyway, so let's paint something. It doesn't feel terribly effective to me.
I think the concept, though, of do cyclists seek out areas where they feel safe in riding next to traffic? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think all of us recognize that, and which affordances are we trying to provide is the policy question.
Yeah, I'd just encourage us all to think for sometime in the future, next year kind of a thing, about whether we want to seriously have a conversation about how we can make our streets more safe and appealing to bicyclists. We can take opportunities like this. It's not going to offend me. I just don't think it moves the needle much on who's actually. I think riders know right now they have more room on Warren. Riders know right now when they get on the west end of Prairie they have more room.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, one question was, you mentioned that the study looked at bike traffic as part of the, is that right? I think in your initial notes they looked at biking traffic, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so was that something that was the impetus to recommend the dedicated lanes? Like, was it based on volume that they saw, or more opportunity to leverage the space that was there?
I think it's a multiple pronged approach. So I
Yep.
think it's a designated bike route in the village's bikeway plan.
Yep.
And so I think to the extent that Callaway saw an opportunity to not only make it a safer bike route, but also to introduce some traffic calming elements,
Yeah.
I think they saw that as an opportunity.
So my commentary is I love that thinking. I think, and we'll probably discuss this a little bit more, I think the challenge I have is that we don't have like a fully comprehensive plan. And so when we are making decisions around bikeways and pathways, and so when we're making decisions like this, while I appreciate every effort and don't want to dismiss that, I'm concerned that we haven't quite mapped it out in a way that is meaningful and can leverage even some of the things that the mayor talked about, where cyclists feel safe or where those opportunities are. So I think my thought about the bike lanes initially was great. Let's add them. We clearly have parking there that I wasn't as familiar with and don't want to. I have my feelings about taking that completely out. And if sharrows are a compromise, that's a great step in my view. But I wholeheartedly agree. If that, next year, as some of the projects we've got on our docket are perhaps getting less, I don't think that's really going to happen, but that it is an important issue for us to be looking at these, so that when we come up to traffic studies like this, or we're evaluating certain areas, there is that overlay for non-motorized traffic plan that we can sort of say, well, that decision basically is already made based on the plan that we have set. So commentary, you don't need to add to that, but I think that's important. Thank you.
Anyone else? Leslie, please.
Sure. Yeah, adding to that, I know that we discussed earlier and chose not to move forward with a complete streets, but this kind of feels like exactly the reason why we need to discuss complete streets at some point, because it does feel as though, we're saying, oh, we have this potential opportunity, this is great, which I agree with. Again, I'm also excited about the thought of being able to traverse the village, not in a car, but I'm not interested in potentially taking something away that's important to residents if we don't even know that this, in the long term, is going to be a good path for bikes, right? Mm-hmm. We talked about how this is part of the bike path the bike plan a while back, but things have changed quite a bit since the last time we really seriously looked at bikes and how they move throughout the village. So I'm kind of with Commissioner Gilmartin that I feel as though the sharrows on that portion of the street of Prairie are probably a good compromise. And then hopefully sometime in the near future, we can really start to look at some of these bike path issues at a larger scale rather than trying to piecemeal them. One area where I do think that kind of some of this piecemealing can work are some of the things that you talked about with regard to bump outs, pedestrian islands. Those will make an immediate difference and will make the pedestrians who are moving through those spaces, especially because we know they're used for school kids a lot, it'll make those safer. So I am very much in favor of the bump outs, potentially having more of the pedestrian signs like we have on Maple, especially in that western part of Prairie where I don't know if I necessarily want to go with a stop sign there, knowing that we already have 3 on Prairie. I would be much more interested in those the signal updates that you talked about with DuPage County. So I'm much more interested in kind of seeing that as a first step instead of adding another stop sign, and also some of those pedestrian crossing signs. I'm hesitant to talk about speed monitors. I'm not sure what the cost on those is, but it doesn't feel like it would be a good bang for our buck. But I would be interested to see more data on that, on maybe the cost and how effective they really are. And I'm definitely in favor of changing those yield signs over to stop signs. yield signs are slightly confusing, and people probably ignore them more than they even do stop signs, which we know is a problem, so I think those are good moves.
Rich?
Yeah, I agree with many of those comments. I just wanted to add my editorial. It would have been nice if we could have had dedicated parking, dedicated bike lanes, but we don't have the physical room for that. Unfortunately, we resurfaced Lee a year or two ago, memory serves, so it doesn't even give us the opportunity to say, well, we're resurfacing that street, maybe we should try to make it wider during this period. I am sensitive to the fact that those residents do have a real need to park there. When Aunt Pauline comes over and for Thanksgiving dinner, I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with her walking 450 feet to get to the front door. So I think that was a real concern. I believe it's a reasonable compromise to put the Sharrows there, bike route signs, so we're giving a nod to cyclists that they belong there. But for the period of the road that we can have dedicated parking, I do believe the cyclists will drive on that when their car's not there, and then scoot around them when they are. So I'm in favor of that.
Anyone else? So just to summarize, I'm hearing a lot of head nods with most of this, including the idea that we would be retaining the parking, right? Because that's kind of one of the primary questions that was in front of us. We'd be interested in running Sharrows the full length. Is that sort of what people are thinking up here?
Yes.
As far as Sharrows can go.
Yeah.
Because Sharrows can't go past that.
And parking would take precedence over the Sharrows when you get to that last stretch heading east that Andy talked about, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're
That's
doing.
what I'm
Okay,
hearing.
thank you for that direction.
Anyone else want to jump in? Anyone from the audience want to touch on this one? Continue our process here.
Here's the map.
No, you did. You definitely did.
Point of clarification about Prairie versus Warren as far as biking is concerned. I'm not familiar because I don't live on Prairie, but my experience from driving on Prairie is that and my own cycling, I avoid Prairie like the plague. So I don't know how many people presently bicycle on Prairie. And I don't know if you're anticipating these changes encouraging people to bicycle on Prairie, because if you are, I would highly doubt that that is going to happen. I do bicycle on Warren, and as was alluded to, a lot of people use Warren both for cycling and for running. And the bicycling is both casual and more serious, meaning people who are out to exercise on their bike, which is what I do, versus people in the neighborhood who are cycling on Prairie to go downtown and that sort of thing, or they're out with their family type of thing. And I mention that for a couple reasons. One is that, again, going back to what we talked about this evening already regarding traffic, if you put more traffic on Warren, that's going to create problems for the people on Warren who are trying to bicycle, depending on when they're trying to bicycle. I agree with the idea that all of this would work better if you could somehow make clearer to people like me who are bicyclists what the bicycle paths of Downers Grove are and how it all hangs together. But as far as Warren specifically is concerned, I worry very much about this issue of whether or not, if you're thinking that you're going to have people bicycling on Prairie, I don't know what those people are bicycling on Prairie for, because the west end of Prairie takes you to Belmont, and you're bicycling on Belmont at risking your life, basically. You're doing that a little bit already on Warren. I don't know what can be done in terms of the idea that you can't put Sharrows on Warren right now. It would be helpful, I think, if you're planning to put a center divider on Warren. I also think it would be extremely helpful to put lines on the outsides because right now, depending on the time of day, you can't see the outside of the road, and that could jeopardize a bicyclist because you can't tell if you're on pavement or about to go off the road. I don't know how much impact this has on the other side of Belmont, which is also heavily used, and why I go on Warren a lot in terms of bicycling, but I know people do that in the same way that I do, which is you go out because it's fairly isolated, depending on the time of day that you're there. I do like the idea of putting stop signs intersecting Warren there, but my biggest concern, as I'm trying to say, is I would think twice about how valuable biking lanes are on Prairie versus the biking that already exists that may increase depending on how you handle this with respect to Warren.
Thank you, David.
Good evening. My name is Bill Nally. I live at 4808 Woodward Avenue. And so in looking at the amended changes on the plan, the compromise appears to have been putting a crosswalk at Prairie and Woodward as opposed to the requested stop sign that we had, several of the residents had suggested at the last meeting. In looking at Plan 7 compared to Plan 2, and as we've been sort of discussing, Prairie Avenue it seems to be worthy of considering traffic patterns holistically as opposed to Plan 2 separate from Plan 7. There's a much greater level of density in terms of stop signs east than opposed to the western side. And if we are concerned about speed, I know that there are other mitigating steps that they're trying to take, such as the traffic sign. It was mentioned before that might be a cost. I would say aesthetically that is not a pleasant thing to be adding. I would prefer a stop sign which at least has some iconic aesthetic value rather than a great big flashing sign that's warning people to slow down. That will slow traffic down, but it will not make it impressive to look at, which is, to be perfectly honest, Prairie Avenue is one of the most beautiful parts of town, and the idea of adding in this changing sign does not seem like a great addition. But beyond that, in terms of Woodward and Prairie, a stop sign to me seems to be a safer route. I recognize that there was an attempt to make a compromise there, but it still seems to me that there's going to be the opportunity to have much higher levels of rapid driving. And I would ask you to reconsider putting a stop sign there rather than just a crosswalk. Thank you.
Thank you.
At least there's something I know. All right. There was a picture that I thought I saw. Yeah, there it is. All right. The blue dot, is that where our new four-way stop sign is going to go? Or three-way? At Lee and Grant is my question. That's a dead zone. You can't drive through that. You can ride your bike through it. But I'm just wondering why would you want to do that? I mean, and if anybody ever wants to know why you don't bike ride on Prairie compared to Warren, you have to have legs like it's hilly. The other one's straight. All right.
Thank you.
Not an avid cyclist, but have a home on the corner of Prairie, and I will say on weekends it's cyclists all weekend, and they're usually in groups too, so it's usually groups of like 6 to 10 to 12 cyclists cycling together at a time. I suspect as we get colder it's going to reduce, but all summer long as we've been here, it's been extremely busy. So I would highly advocate for cyclists and them having dedicated lanes, whether that's Cheryl's or not. There were several residents, as Bill just spoke about, the stop sign at Woodward. I agree that it seems like there was a compromise for a crosswalk, but if what they're asking for is a stop sign, especially, I believe that's a hill, I think a blind hill. So when you're approaching it, like same as you're eastbound on Oakwood, a stop sign would help. The programmable light that Andy mentioned and clarified for you, Commissioner Gilmartin, it sounds like, if I understand it, as you are approaching the stoplight, you don't see what it's telling you until you're close enough to actually do it. I would highly advocate for that at Main and Prairie, where we are having all of these 24 accidents in 6 years. It's because they're trying to hit the light, right? So can we advocate for that kind of light implemented at Main and Prairie? That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lauren Loeb, I live at 2029 Prairie Avenue, and I would like to thank the mayor, the commissioners, and the traffic department for all the hard work. I know there's a lot that goes into this, and it's super time consuming. I'm really happy to see that the parking looks like it will remain. That is a huge benefit to not only us as residents, our visitors, our service people, Amazon deliveries. It is also a huge attractant for people who might potentially buy any home on Prairie Avenue. In that vein, when I do look at the parking, I was noticing as I was driving Prairie since the last meeting we had, when you get closer to town, right when parking stops on Prairie is when your lot sizes get smaller. So those lots that are east of us, you only have 2 houses on those blocks. Where you're looking at our parking situation, we have 4 houses on those blocks. So that goes into why it's so relevant for us and such a need. I love the idea of the stoplight not being able to be super visible from the hill that you come down. I would really advocate, though, for that stop sign at Woodward. It feels that Prairie has been really heavily looked at towards Maine, and I appreciate that. I've driven that section. I know how crazy it is. But ours is just as crazy. We get the same amount of 5,600 cars a day. So for people who say that their roads are heavily traveled, unless you live on Prairie, I don't really consider your road heavily traveled. I have had to have incessant conversations with my kids. I've grabbed the dog. I've done all the things. And there's only so much I can do as a parent on that end. A stop sign would so help us out in that respect. With regards to the bicyclers or bicyclists, I rode my bike in the city living as a Lakeview resident, and I would go play volleyball at the beach every single Thursday. I know how crazy it is to drive in downtown Chicago on a bike. I personally do not ride my own bike on Prairie Avenue. I won't. I take the shortcut and I go straight down Woodward to Warren to get anywhere I need to go. I use the collector streets to do the same thing. So I think the Sharrows are a wonderful compromise. I do see values to bike lanes, but as you mentioned, unless you're looking at it completely holistically, Warren is a more heavily traveled route than Prairie. So I would urge more consideration for bike lanes on Warren, and for that to be addressed eventually too, because that is a speed trap as well. Thank you so much. I think Andy's gonna jump up.
Thank you.
Andy Broomhead, 2010 Prairie. Thank you, council. Thank you, Andy, for putting this together, and especially for hearing us last week. This is so refreshing from the town that I grew up in and lived in to have to be heard and have this action take place in a week's time. Over the course of that week, we did collect over 100 signatures from residents right there, Prairie, and on the side streets, requesting that you guys vote for the shared plan. It sounds like that's the case, but we put a lot of work into it, so you got to get it anyway. So thank you very much for that. I will just try to briefly illustrate why I think, in my amateur opinion, the stop sign needs to go at Woodward. And there are 3 reasons, one new one tonight. If there's a crosswalk there, we have a line of sight issue. You're coming down a hill. If there's a crosswalk there, there should be a stop sign there. People fly down that hill, which brings me to point 2. We've all addressed what people do. They see the light and they gun it. You think of us in the middle there between Pershing and Woodward, we're kind of in a valley. Belmont's up higher. Stonewall is the high point. You crest the hill at Stonewall. Even the people that are being reasonable, doing 35 or even 40 because they're desensitized, now they're going downhill and the street widens and they see the light. And this plan addresses all those issues with slowing that traffic down with the signs. I love it. We'll take it all. But if we put a stop sign at the bottom of that valley, now we can eliminate all that built up speed, right? That's where they hit it. That's where we get people coming down 50, 55 miles an hour and they just fly by you. If the stop signs are good for the other side, and essentially what we're doing is metering that traffic the whole way, it would make sense to me to add one closer to our side, and the location for that for me would be Woodward, and briefly for one more reason. We know that we have bypass traffic coming in off of Ogden Avenue. We know that they come in, they go south down, starting at, I apologize, the streets down there, Sealy, Saratoga, Lee. They come down all these streets to bypass, hit Prairie, get to Belmont, make their left turn. Woodward is the last through. I know that Wilson also has problems, but you still have to jog around if you cut in on Wilson. Woodward is the last through street that goes all the way down to Prairie. So if we stop it at Lee, the stop signs, people are going to learn, well, instead of cutting in the earlier streets, I'm just going to cut in at Lee or at Woodward, and I don't have a stop sign to contend with when I do that pass-through. So to me, it would make sense to make that final pass-through a stop sign. Pershing, I know, is not a candidate because it's just too close to Belmont. But I think it would be very important to stop or slow that traffic. And I apologize. In the report, it said that I think there wasn't enough traffic volume on Woodward, that we may have non-compliance. I think that with all these other changes, we may end up having more people not kind of bail on Ogden until they get to Woodward. So we could see some increased traffic there. And I love the metered speed sign. I know there's an option to have a temporary one, so maybe we could just start with that to see if that works before we go through the expense of installing the permanent one. Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Just 2 quick things. I strongly encourage some effort to be made to monitor speeds on Warren. Whatever you do, if you're doing all this stuff that's going to affect Prairie, in anticipation of enhancing enforcement on that stretch of Warren that's likely to be more heavily traveled, even though you're proposing also to lower speed limits. My experience is a lot of people fly down Warren in both directions. A second, I don't know if this is germane from your perspective, but I bring it up because of my experience with bicycling. There's been a proliferation of motorized vehicles, including electric bicycles. I don't know what the rules are with respect to these other sort of intermediate type vehicles and whether they're permitted in bike lanes. If they are, then that needs to be clarified. If they're not, that also needs to be clarified. So I guess I'm encouraging as a longer range possibility, some sort of creation of a manual that would make clear to everyone what the rules are in terms of what kinds of such transportation are allowed where, meaning sidewalks versus streets versus bike lanes, and then make that more specific to locations within the village. That I presume would be part of a larger bike plan, so to speak. But my experience is that such vehicles are proliferating and need to be assessed as something part of the process you're trying to promote here of getting us out of cars.
I said I have 5 minutes, right? No, I'm just kidding. I don't need 5 minutes. I'm going to make this quick. Thanks again for finding a compromise on the parking space situation. I'm at 2030 Prairie Avenue, and as you've heard from a lot of residents and, our petition, where we got over 100 signatures, that area is very important for us. On the topic of the stop sign, or the lack of stop sign on Woodward and Prairie, I just think that there needs to be one. The entire stretch, as we all know, Belmont to Main Street, it's just a pass-through for a lot of cars that are on there, over 6,000 cars. On the east side, we're going to have those stop signs, and it's going to be great. It's going to do, and in addition to the 25 miles per hour, the speed reduced down to 25 miles per hour. It's going to be great to control the traffic and slow things down a little bit, make it safer. But then beyond Lee Street, there's just nothing there. The crosswalk is going to be a great addition, but I think without that stop sign, we're still going to be looking at increased speed from Lee on into Belmont. And then in addition, also, you get the traffic coming from west heading east on Prairie, and there's speeding onto Prairie, and a stop sign there on Woodward would kind of help to normalize the traffic flows, in my opinion, in both directions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Berman, 2010 Prairie. Sorry, I forgot my other point. We had spoken with Andy at the last TAP meeting, and this is separate, and we're going to keep working with the neighborhood study on this, but we had requested to look at Prairie Avenue between Pershing and Belmont, and if there's a way we could designate that as a school zone. As you're driving down Prairie, you have no signage right now telling a driver that they're going to enter a school. They're in the middle of a school zone the minute that they hit Belmont, and there's no signage. So potentially warning signage saying you are entering a school zone, or potentially even the designation of it being a school zone. We had looked at some options because the school is not actually on Prairie, but we have a school zone and a few other, there may be other things involved, but there's a school zone on Fairview where there isn't a school. There's a school zone on 39th where there isn't a school because those schools are just close by. And that may help with slowing traffic, and it may help with slowing traffic at a pretty low cost. And even if we were to step up some enforcement there, then the fines would be a bit stiffer and maybe more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody on the council want to continue this conversation, or we want to continue it next time?
Next time is good.
I'm thinking next time.
I think next time is good. Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience and participating in the process. Sometimes the meetings are quick, sometimes they're not, but we do appreciate it. Dave?
That ends our first reading, and due to the lateness of the hour, I will choose to not introduce the FY22 budget tonight, but the budget meetings will start up in earnest in November. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Enzo, you have a report for us tonight?
I do. I have two items to present tonight. The first is an ordinance establishing video gaming regulations in the village, and the second is an ordinance establishing certain traffic regulations on the West Prairie Avenue corridor. That is all, Mayor. Both will appear on future agendas.
Thank you. Council member reports. Start with Rich.
Yes, the Downers Grove Historical Society is hosting History on Tap Trivia Tour, and that it will be on Thursday, November 11th, and from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. You can go on DownersGroveHistory.org and buy tickets for it. Gives people a wonderful opportunity to learn historic facts about some of our restaurants downtown that they may not have known, and a chance to have an adult beverage or a soda. So please join us.
Thanks, Rich. Leslie?
No report, Mayor.
Nicole?
No report, Mayor.
Danny?
No report, Mayor.
Chris?
No report, Mayor.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I motion.
Somebody
to
make
adjourn.
Second?
Executive session?
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, that's what I was waiting for.
Enzo, tell me if we can, you feel like we can wait or not. Thank you. What's going on, guys? I forgot that we had talked about having an executive session this evening after this meeting. I don't know that we fully anticipate 11:15. We'll see what we think here. Just a minute.
So if you ask Enza,
If you-
she says do it.
We need to get it done?
Yeah.
And if she
Okay,
asks
we'll
me,
get it done.
you know,
We're here.
Who knows?
Is there a motion to move to executive session?
Mayor, I move to convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C2 of the Illinois Open Meetings Act to consider collective negotiating matters between the village and its employees or their representatives.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We will reconvene in executive session. Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you. I'll be quick, I promise I'll be quick. Fun fact, I've never